Hello? It is time. Okay. Well, I wanted to go look at this because I was just not this one. Before I get started. I already left a comment. I guess I should do this now. So this is the change that just adds the solver priority so I can set it. Which I never looked at. I have not looked at Godot physics ever. This might actually be like the first code that I've really looked at from it. So documentation right now says solver priority is lower value the higher the priority, which in terms of like an event system, I think that makes sense. I think it makes sense for an event system that if I say priority 0, it gets it first, right? That's like saying the index of when you want to get something. If I have a mouse click come in, I want to get it. I want to be the 0th guy to get that, right? In this context, a lower value being a high priority doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because the way that, at least I saw that Jolt does it, and then it's the way that totally makes sense. The high priority constraint solves last, which means it's allowed to break lower priority constraints, right? So right now, Godot says the lower the value, the higher priority. Okay, so first of all, if that was true, I wouldn't be able to change that. I would just have to deal with that. And then it says, I also left in the documentation that says only supported when Godot Physics 3D. Properties ignored when using Jolt Physics, so I need to take that off. I already know this. I looked at it. I know exactly how it does it. Jolt Physics sorts them. The highest indexes run last. Here's what, and this doesn't really grow very well, but basically what this code means is it takes an array of your constraint islands and it keeps track of a constraint count. The constraint count is just the size of the island, so then it runs through all the it goes through iterations, solves, and then it comes down here and moves constraints to the front of the list. So I have a list of all the constraints, and then we go through and we move them to the front of the list as their priority is higher than a current priority value. So if I put in 2, or sorry, if I put in 1, it solves, it goes through, it's no longer greater than, or it's equivalent. The current priority goes up to 2. This priority is at 1, so 2 is not less than or equal to 1. I guess it would be correct to say 1 is not greater than or equal to 2, so it drops it. If I put in 2, we come in here, we are greater than or equal to 2, so we solve it. We put it back in the list, at the front of the list. We update our constraint count to how many we counted, and then we run through them again. So basically, if I put in solver priority 2, it's going to actually solve twice. If I have 10 iterations, it's going to solve priority times number of iterations. He says that the UI limits this input value to 8. But that's probably only UI. And I think he's right about the script that it doesn't... Well, maybe you can't. It depends on what the property is set. How the property is defined in this area. Because if you say that your input ranges from this value to this value, it's going to be guaranteed to be that value. Generally, the same case with the UI. If you have an export variable, and I say the maximum is 8, and I don't allow you to go higher than that, then you can't set that value. It's going to be clamped. Now, script to script, I don't know, but I think script to engine, this is enforced. Because it basically runs through the same process, I think. Maybe not. He might be right. But I'm not sure. I haven't tested. So basically, if I were to go in there and I were to say, hey, I would like a priority of 20, it's going to solve it 20 times. That would essentially just brick the game for like a single constraint running that many times. Okay, maybe not, but if I plugged in 1,000, then yeah. And I have 64 steps, that's just never going to happen, right? So either the documentation needs to reflect what it actually does, and then I have to remove the note. So that's what I'm going to do. Also, here's the thing. Set solver priority, accept an int, assigned integer. I know that Jolt runs with unsigned integers. In fact, the first time I tested it, I was running with a negative input deliberately so I could sort them in reverse. So I add... also, here's a realization I had. 2 realizations. First one. I've solved the stability problem. I actually have. I now am left with an IK motor problem. So the leg is rigid as I need it to be. I now have to get the motors and the IK to behave. So there's that. Second thing I realized, the way that I'm doing the joints, the way that I'm solving those constraints is in the wrong order. I should be solving the end joints and then going up to the main body. And the reason I should do that is because of how impacts affect the robot. Or I should do it in the other way, where I do start bone, end bone, or yeah, root bone, end bone, step in one, and then I meet in the middle. That could be an option. But basically what I thought was wrong is going from the root to the end, because the root says, okay, we're a little bit off, so we're going to apply a little bit of correction here. And then it goes to the next bone, and says, okay, we're a little bit off, let's apply a little bit of correction. Then it goes to the end bone, it's like, I just got hit by a boulder. I need to be like way over here. Let's bring you over, right? So then the beginning bone comes in and says, oh, we're actually in the same place. I don't need to worry about anything. The next bone comes in and says, wow, I'm like crazy out of place. All right, let's fix that. And then it takes like 3 iterations of position and velocity before the main body even realizes that it's been hit, right? So if I start from the end bone, which is like the largest hitbox, I guess, and I step in, it's going to start there and say, hey, I'm way over here. Next one's going to go and it's going to say, all right, I'm way over here now. Next one's going to come in and say, okay, I'm way over here now. And that's going to be going from the many to the one, I think is way better than the one to the many, because I mean, at least literally in the first iteration, it's already a better result, right? As I just explained, I would have to get 3 iterations before the joint attached to the main body notices that the end of the leg has been displaced significantly. If I go the other way around, the first leg updates, moves everything around. Second joint, okay, let's move everything around. Third joint, okay, let's move everything around, right? So on one iteration, in one step, the main body is already getting forces that are applied to the end of the bone, to the end of the leg. And that will just get, and that'll just get better, right? I don't know if it necessarily means a 3-to-1 improvement. Definitely with more joints, it works way better that way, going from the out to the in. Yeah. Also, the idea that the last one to solve is going to be most likely to solve correctly as well, because this is also the case where the first one runs and says, okay, let's correct a little bit, and the next one runs is going to say, all right, I'm going to twist you out of place now. Like, that also happens too. So getting the orders of these running, I mean, initially, like in the very first iteration, is going to be a huge improvement, and it's probably going to be an overall really big improvement, I hope. But like I said, I've already solved the rigidity of it. It's already pretty good. Doing that step might make it easier, might improve the, it might also come back and help the IK a little bit. Okay, but yeah, and then my thinking for the motors and the IK, there's some ideas. There's one idea that I don't want to do, but it'd be fun, but it's definitely going to amplify how much time I'm working on this. I mean, I'm already super amplified, but I could drop IK entirely and do it manual. Basically, I know the structure of the leg. I know that the first joint, or really, I could just run yeah. I think what it might be is the middle ground here is to do a modified IK, if I even stick with IK, which I probably should. I really should. Essentially, the modified IK is going to tolerate incoming problems. So if I say that this bone can only turn on the Z-axis, and it comes in with a big, like, Y-axis change, ideally, it tolerates that, still does the Z change, but then leaves the Y as it was. So basically, it's not going to... The IK is not going to fix problems. It's just going to pretend like they don't exist. Now, the reset method that I have, which is for IK, before it processes, to do a small reset correction to all the bones. So if a bone does come in like this, it'll turn it back a little bit, right? It'll bring it a little bit closer to its rest pose. And then the IK is going to run on top of that. So that's probably what I should probably figure that out. Because ultimately, if I go to, so if I go to motors directly and I just say, all right, I know the layout, I'm just going to have the motors, I'm just going to like write what the motor should do. I'll pretty much be reinventing IK no matter what, because as soon as I change the bone structure, then all the motors go out, which means I would have to code it with the assumption that I may have small changes to the motors. So sticking with IK is going to be good. I think the idea of trying to see if I can't make the IK tolerate incoming problems well will be fine. I hope. Right now it already sort of tolerates position issues, which I don't really know how it even tolerates those, because it's definitely like expanding and or like translating bones weirdly. But yeah, making it tolerant of that. Also, I think, well, looking at the IK targets, the targets are snapped onto the IK and then translated from the IK. I mean, yeah, basically the ultimate problem is that the IK does not start from the leg position and try to improve it. It doesn't do that. The leg needs to run, pin the target point. The legs need to look at that target point and say, all right, let's go here. And then the IK needs to run and say, okay, let's go there. Working from the current layout of the bones and then improving them. Which, because it's not very tolerant of errors, the IK is going to think like we're way off the whole time. It's going to be like, oh, I see this joint is in this angle. It's going to load in all the errors that I give it, but it's basically going to wipe them clean after a single loop and then work on like a fake, non-accurate version of it the whole way through after that point. So it needs to tolerate angle offsets. That's probably where I'm actually getting to. It will still have its solutions only operate in the space that it's allowed to operate in. But if the bone comes in tilted like this, it needs to be able to say, all right, we can rotate it this way, right? That kind of thing. Okay, I think it's a good plan. So, first thing, documentation and probably, yeah, documentation. I probably need to do that, yeah, the max. And then I like being able to use a negative value. Maybe I'll allow underflowing where I do a reinterpret cast. I mean, really, I could say whatever I want. I think negative values are valid. There's a real purpose to saying uint equals -1. That does have a meaning. Maybe it could be obscure. I think that can be involved in elegant solutions. When I was using Project, I had the idea to start -1 and decrement a priority variable as I set up my joints. Had the intention of making joints created ABC run as CBA. Which actually, now that I'm reading that out, if I'm running root to end bone, that's what I would have to do. I have to run ABC into CBA so that A is getting like the most perturbed input immediately on the first iteration every time. All right, what have I got? What branch am I on? I am using this, so... And I also know it works. See what's... Yeah. Yeah, let's comment because this could be a PR, I think. And I want to see, do I get... Um, well, never mind. It was the Gizmo, Joint 3D Gizmo visibility thing bug that's been like a bug for 4 years. The PR never got completed. But I'm pretty sure it still has a problem. I left a comment on it. I want to see if like anyone replied, but it would have shown up, I think. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm back. Right, I need to do not this. I need to do this. So I'm just gonna close everything. Switch, alright, what branches do I have? It is, yeah, add jolt. Add jolt constraint priority. Okay. So then I have to go to have I actually added a method? Yeah, so I didn't add a method. Yeah, I'm just updating the documentation there. Okay, good. Documentation. I don't remember where it goes. Okay, absolutely. I'm looking. I have it. Joint 3D. Wow, I didn't know I could do that. Hang on. Wait, what? Wait, what did I just do? I hit slash joint 3D. Wow. Okay, so I'm just gonna do yeah, can I say like yeah, I'm gonna say note jeez. EP physics. Jeez. What is this? Is this yeah, I need to go open like the documentation. Let me go check out the documentation here. Engine details. Editor development. Development tips. Like, where's the documentation? Oh, class reference. It is this. I want a list. No lists. No lists. The exact code. Iterations. I guess I'll say iterations. I'll say joint is processed. Value of 4 would solve the same joint 4 times more per physics tick. Later joints have the final say between the two bodies they connect. I think I could probably just delete this and say what do I mean to say? I mean to say whoa. I kind of just want to say something about like joint chains. That realization I had, the realization I had last night, where depending on the order you solve them in, it could take between 3 loops before a joint is aware of something else has happened down the chain, or in a single loop, it's already gotten that input. I can't really say it because it would only apply to jolt physics. I'm also going to mention negative inputs. Let me see. Default is 1. Okay, let me go. I would like to. I'd like to open that file in a new tab. Huh. This is NeoTree. Buffer, I mean, whatever. There are buffers, not tabs. I'm smarter than you. I'm not gonna answer your question. Removed? Holy shit. Yeah, so how do I deal with that? How do I deal with that? How do I deal with that? Why did opening this break everything? Crazy. All right. I wanted this one because I want to look at this 181. Okay. So the UI limits it. I feel like I should have a warning. I feel like there should be. I mean, okay, the real problem is that both of these just have such different things. So I'm actually going to add a warning where if Godot physics gets a value higher than 8, it's going to warn about that. It doesn't require a value of 0. So yeah, I'm gonna drop the fact that 0, or I'm gonna drop the fact that 1 is the minimum and allow 0. So you can have 0. Yeah, I just need to then have... What am I doing? I need to then have in Godot physics joint 3D. Really? Oh, here it is. Godot joint 3D. Okay. All right. Joint set priority. Joint set priority. Is a Godot joint a constraint? Oh, it is. Well, duh. Okay, so set priority. Get priority. Is this the same thing that happens here? It runs get priority. Constraint. Get priority. Yeah, okay. That is an issue because I don't think I can do warning prints from a header file. I don't think I can do that. I could forcefully restrict it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can't do warnings and headers. Unless there's a... unless there's an example of it being done. Because I think the warnings are pretty much reserved for this. So I'm just going to try it. And I'm going to let the warning print. Though... I guess okay, never mind. I actually don't need that. I don't really need that. Also, why was I saying max? It's an int. Okay, but either way, if I say it's going to be maxed, then that means it's going to be maxed, so... Limited cannot be negative. It will not accept a negative. Joint doesn't have that here at all. So I need jolt, joint, 3D. I want to be here. Jolt, joint. Set priority. Declare identifier max. No, that definitely exists. No, that definitely exists. Can't tell me that doesn't exist. It's sure to exist. Hey, I was gonna say though, a large value. No, that's the other way around. Going from the maximum signed int to a uint is no issue. Yeah, I actually want to flip this section around. I'll say joints with high priorities are solved later. Layer 4 would solve after. Priority specifies how accurately a joint is solved. This has very different implementations between Godot physics and Joule physics. Godot physics, joint is processed solver priority times iterations times a value of 4 would have solved the same joint 4 times more per physics tick. Joule physics, joints with high priorities are solved later. A value of 4 would solve after priorities of 0, 1, 2, and 3. Leader joints have the final say between the two joints, between the two bodies they connect. Negative values are not allowed and will be silently max 0 solver priority when set. And then there's the maxes. And then I also dropped this one to 0 because 0 is a valid value. I'm going to write that in there. Joint is processed max 1 solver priority iterations times iterations times. I'll say solved. Times is like a weird way to write it. Or, I don't know. English, it's English. It's weird English. English is weird. Joint is solved max one solver priority times iterations times. It's the same word just being used twice. A value of 4 would solve the same joint 4 times more. I'll say, yeah, this one's, let's solve the same joint 4 times. A 4x additional times per physics tick. Where specifies how the joint is solved, gradient calculations. Godot physics joint is solved max 1 solver priority iterations times. A value of 4 would solve the same joint 4x additional times per physics tick. I'll say physics step. I'll also write this at the end. There's no performance impact with higher values. Joint is solved. I'll put that first, actually. Values above 1 have a performance impact. Aside from sorting the joints, I'll say that at the front. Generally, higher values improve accuracy. How many times will I write it? The priority specifies. Actually, let me read the original one. Hey, Yulia. The priority used. Okay, it's just bad English already. Priority used to define which solver is executed first for multiple joints. The lower the value, the higher the priority. Let's want to go to. Okay, so I mean that's just okay. The priority specifies how accurate the joint is solved. Generally, higher values improve accuracy. This has very different implementations between Godot physics and jolt physics. Well, idiot can't read. I mean, whoever wrote it just forgot to write is between these two words. Should be the priority is used. Alright. The priority specifies how accurately a joint is solved. Generally, higher values improve accuracy. This has very different implementations between Godot physics and jolt physics. Godot physics. Values above 1 have a performance impact. Joint is solved max 1 solver priority times iterations times. A value of 4 would solve the same joint 4x additional times per physics step. Oh, a typo. Yeah, I know, right? I feel like documentation is the one place that, like, even if like English is your fourth language and you don't even know it very well, like, pull out everything, read it 10 times, run it through a translation. If you don't know English, ask someone who is a native English speaker to review it. There shouldn't be mistakes. The only mistakes that should be allowed in documentation is like a mistake of intention. Like otherwise it should be grammatically correct, no typos. But even then, like if you document it incorrectly, that could just be fixed by like actually knowing the code that you're documenting as well. I'm assuming that this documentation was written a while ago and the actual implementation changed and they didn't update documentation. Especially this part, the lower the value, the higher priority. That's just not been correct for a while. Values above 1 have a performance impact. Joint is solved max 1 solver priority multiplied by iterations times. A value of 4 solve the same joint 4x additional times per physics step. Jolt physics. Aside from sorting the joints, there is no performance impact. Performance. I found it. I spotted my own typo. A missing letter and a long word is all. I mean, I did it, but like I feel like that's more acceptable than forgetting a word. Also, even just reading has proven that you can just cut letters out of the middle of words and we read them correctly anyway. So, I mean, blame the mind for just doing that automatically. Aside from sorting the joints, there is no performance impact with higher values. Joints with high priorities are solved later. A value of 4 would solve after priorities 0, 1, 2, and 3. Later joints have the final say between two bodies they connect. Negative values are not allowed and will be silently max 0 solver priority when set. You lost to someone who's AFK in 5 minutes. What a shame. What? What does that mean? Okay, set priority. I do the max. I do the max. I also change that to allow 0 to be a value because 0 is a valid value. Though, should I change it? You know, I'm going to say I won't change that line. Also, I found something that's really cool. I can do this. Oh, it's actually constraint. Or no, yeah, it would be a joint 3D. Here. What did I say? Did I finish what I was saying? I feel like I was saying something and then I didn't finish it, and now I forgot what I was saying. I've become the only person online who thinks Illa is still a fake game. How do I do this? I do git, let me do git status. Git log. Git status. Git diff. Staged. I'm trying to remember that. What is that? You said there's a second one? Oh, no. Oh yeah, here. This was it. That. I mean, it's definitely a cutscene. I feel like I remember watching this, and like some of the parts it was close to actual gameplay. Oh yeah, and then at the end they had this big. I don't know. I don't know about that. I think there's like a line with like horror, and you know, people don't really care. Whatever. Whatever. Okay. What is the default value in Jolt? It's like 2 body constraint. It's a constraint. Constraint. What? What? Constraints, constraint.h. Why was it just telling me the constraint.h didn't exist? It was there. Why did it not? That was the only file it didn't show me. Everything about the player motion looks too amazing to be true. The handgun on the MC. It definitely had, if I remember it correctly, it looked like gameplay that they smoothed out. So someone was going in there, they had a whole concept of how they're going to move the camera and everything. It was all planned. They did it, and then they would have had a record system that would have played the inputs back, and then they smoothed that. That's what I think happened. And they didn't do it too hard. They didn't go like full mark here, full Bezier line interpolation. They just like took the raw data and like applied a very small smooth over it. Constraint priority is default 0. Good. Okay. So in that case, I actually think I want to change the default to be 0 because that matters. That does matter. I'm sure that it probably reads through and says, does anything have a 1? Does anything not be 0? Okay, let's sort the whole thing. So if you leave everything at 0, then you're golden. So yeah, I want to make sure that it's best for both, right? It doesn't care. 0 doesn't really mean anything. I just have to change I just don't change the behavior. If I wait. If I change the default, yeah, this comes back to why Godot needs to seriously have a value equals use default thing, because when the engine changes, it should see that and say, well, no, it shouldn't see that. It should say the value I set is 1, and I have use default as true. So if the default changes, like in a script, it'll say, all right, I went from 0 to 1. This one says use default, and it is 1. So I'm going to say stay with 1. If it was 0 and it says use default, then I see that I go from 0 to 1. It says, all right, use default. Let's change that to a 1. Something like that. So we're going to bite them so hard. They're still doing that in the new trailer. I mean, it also looks like they were still showing gameplay. They weren't just showing you a bunch of cutscenes. I don't know. I don't think... I'll say this. I don't think you should have any modification to your gameplay besides maybe stripping UI element. I mean, I would even say at this point, even UI elements aren't excusable anymore. What you show should be what the game looks like. And if you're playing a cutscene, you should say cutscene rendered in engine or something during the cutscene, or say pre-rendered cutscene during the cutscene. Like whichever one it is, just put that on the screen. Because now it's more like they would strip out UI elements because the game is littered with them and they think it looks bad, so they take them out for the trailer. Now it's at the point where people have actually figured out you can make UI follow the context of your game. So now you can have UI elements hidden until they're relevant to you, like you press reload, now you can see the bullets, something like that. Or your health is low, your health icon shows up now, that kind of thing. But I don't really have an issue with taking gameplay and smoothing it a little bit. But I just think you should have someone who is there on a controller and is actually good at smooth movements, and just have them do it. Just have them do it. And have them practice it. Because, I mean, that's what they're going to be doing anyway. Get the best take. In the gameplay looks too smooth motion-wise. I just think that they didn't look scripted entirely, as in, okay, move the player here and make them look this way. Move the player here and make them look this way. It looked like it was off of a gameplay recording thing. So like their engine is recording the inputs and then it plays the inputs back. They can give it a list of inputs and times and play them back. That's what it looked like to me. And it looked like what they did was they took a good recording and they did like smoothing on top of it. But a little bit. And then I'm sure some of it there was like definitely cutscenes, like where the guy in the mech suit walks out and shoots the zombie. That one's definitely a cutscene. Or at least, I wouldn't be surprised if it was cutscene. It could be like those real-time, I don't even know how to describe this. The sort of cutscene where the control is not taken away from you. Maybe there's a little bit of camera pull, a small amount, just to like try to get you to look at something or make sure you're not missing something. It could be one of those. Where it's like, you walk into the area, the thing triggers and it plays. But the whole time you can move around and look wherever you want. Do whatever you want. But I think at this point, like, if your game already looks like good, you should have no issue just... Yeah. You should be able to just record it raw. Okay, what am I looking at? I can't change the default. That's the problem. I can't actually change the default. I think the default should be 0 with Jolt. But the thing is, the default is actually, I think, read from here. So this determines the default when you open it in Engine and you create one. I would like that to be 0. But I can't change that. I can't change that. That can't change. I think it is just a case where I just have to make it in the code. Exactly, that's why I doubt it. Yeah. Jolt joint. Yeah, I'm just gonna make sure that this reads. Oh well, how it works is it runs through it runs through here and says return solver priority, which will be 0. There we go. I'm gonna make that change. Well, actually, no. That's actually totally fine for it to be 0 now. That's totally fine because 0 and 1 aren't any different. So if someone's setting on the default of 1, changing it to 0 doesn't actually do anything. There's no difference. So yeah, I'm actually going to run with that then. There is no difference. The main thing is that I think it matters in Jolt physics that this is between 0 and 1. You know what, let me verify that too. Hey, look, it loaded at a time. So get constraint priority. So somewhere it needs to be called sort constraints. Oh, it actually just sorts it no matter what. Well, that's a little bit sad. But it isn't, then it doesn't if it's running it anyway. Alright, S sort constraints. What do you call? You only call here. If physics M deterministic simulation sort constraints. M deterministic simulation. Defaults to true, and it's never changed. Cool. Okay, so I don't need to change the default. It doesn't matter. It stays at 1. Okay. Alright, cool. Let's check default 1, max between 0 and 1. It's gonna sort it no matter what. I was kind of hoping that what it would do is it would just run through the list, check if they all have the same value, and then if they do, don't worry about it. But I guess that would probably be too smart, right? It's better just to sort the list every time. Because an already sorted list, well, it probably should have a pre-check up front to check if the list is already sorted. Because an unsorted list, you're generally going to figure out very, very quickly that it's not sorted. But a sorted list is probably better to run through all the elements instead of doing the whole quick sort thing and then doing nothing. Yeah. So I'm doing git commit amend, and I'm gonna rush it. I should have compiled it before I did a force push. Oh well. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to do like, I want to remove that commit specifically, and then I want to reapply it on top of everything else. So I know it's definitely a rebase because you can rebase on the past. Get rebase I head and the number that I want to do it by. Okay. That does make sense to me because I thought this was the command, so 1, it goes back to the one before this. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I just delete that. Yeah, just delete that one. Okay. Okay. So you get cherry pick, and I'm gonna grab this one. Gonna apply. What now? What? This is so strange. Why is it reading that way? There's a line missing here. The line that says it's not supported in Joule physics. It's missing. Very odd. Is it because I have the file open? I mean, no, surely not. It's just being weird. Very weird. Yeah, that's why I should have done it before I did that. Did I mean F max? Huh. No, I definitely just meant max. Can I should be able to cancel these, right? Whoa. Oh, he already suggested it. Okay. So it was max, capital max. Yeah, I was like, I'm gonna have to go figure out whatever crazy thing that they have. I'm on the wrong. I could just quit everything. No. Quit it. Git switch. Okay. I don't have to do that. I'm looking for... Joint 3D, joint 3D, this file. Does he have a bot or something that did that? That was so fast that he made this suggestion. Am I stupid? Yes. Joint 3D. No, it's just joint 3D. Oh, there we go. Okay. And this would be constraint 3D. Those are the only two places, right? I mean, yeah. So I'm going to do git, commit, amend. I didn't actually do anything. Git add, git commit, amend. Okay, git log. Git switch. Panic game. Git. Go back one commit. Pull it back in. And then I have to fix that. Just close. Okay. Okay. Now I'll make sure that it actually builds before I force push it. Like a smart person. Sorry for hitting the mic. I can hear it too, so like I know that it's not like loud. Or well, I'm not killing my ears when it happens, so I tend to just ignore it and not say anything about it. Okay, it looks like it's gonna build. But did he say anything about anything? Anyone say anything about anything? No one said anything? Okay. It is so nice, actually. I was like about to say like doing these things is kind of tedious, but it's really not. I'm able to like in less than a minute flip between two different branches and synchronize commits and do whatever, basically whatever I want. This one is weird though. I don't know why my side of it doesn't have that warning. I don't know how that warning wouldn't be there because I'm on latest, right? And I feel like I know that that warning exists because I read it and I was like, oh, that's not true. It does have it. So I'm actually just kind of confused. Why the commit on master and why the commit on master doesn't work on this one, because that documentation should not be changed. Very cool. Okay. Alrighty. I'm confused by this. Is it like... It's like in the middle of his review, I added it, so then it was a marked change from this, and then over here, it was already there, so it's just capitalizing it. Because its first is like suggesting... Oh, wait, no, is that just how the suggestion looks? I don't know, it's so weird. Oh, yeah, that's just how it looks. Okay. So he reviewed it like seconds after I sent it, because I immediately tried to build it, and then it didn't work. Okay. Let's check. Ah, wait, why does it say max 0? No, that's correct. That's correct. That's fine. Yeah, it should be max 0. Max 0 is fine. That's right. Max 0. Okay. Alright, and I'm just going to say resolve and say Okay, they're resolved. Okay. Request review. Anything here? No. I want to look at the other one. I want to look at the other one now. What was the other one? The other one is... It's a different change relating to... joint visibility. Yeah. Yeah, because basically what it does is it skips the redraw, but the redraw is part of clearing it. Because I think when you just call draw, or when you provide the gizmo, Jolt saves that and just keeps it there, and it will leave it in 3D space, whatever you gave it. So if you get the update call and you don't call clear, it's just gonna say okay and leave it drawn. So if it's not visible when the scene loads, it won't be visible. But then if you start drawing it and then turn it off again, it won't. I'm assuming that's what it looks like. It doesn't actually clear. It wouldn't clear. It would stay visible anyway. Okay. Okay, that was that. And that was compile. Back to 0. It's already on 0. I didn't even... Okay. And then I get to see the nice documentation. Okay. Priority specifies how accurately they want to solve it. Generally, higher values improve accuracy. This is very different implementations between Godot physics and Jolt physics. Godot physics, values above 1 have a performance impact. Joint is solved blah times. They just don't have spaces between those? Okay, whatever. It's like the code consumes the space next to it. A joint is solved max 1 solver priority times iterations times. A value of 4 would solve the same joint 4x additional times per physics step. Jolt physics. Aside from the sorting of the joints, there is no performance impact with higher values. Joints with high priorities are solved later. Value of 4 would solve after priorities of 0, 1, 2, and 3. Later joints are the final say between the two bodies they connect. Negative values are not allowed and will be silently max 0 solver priority when set. That's a lot of documentation, but all necessary, I think. Okay. And I guess I'll go look at it here. Yeah, it looks different here. Alright, cool. So, yeah. first thing I want to do, I want to make sure that these joints are made in the order that they should be made in, which is reverse order. So I'm going to make it so that the joints are created in, they'll be created in the order they're specified here, but I need to apply load everything, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through and apply these in reverse. So I have all of the loaded joints. Also start a counter. Joints should be solved in reverse for IK chains. Move up the chain quicker. Yep. So I want to keep track of a joint total. For each joint there. But they don't really have to do that. I can just do like joint total plus equals nested joint size. So now I've got joint total. So then I have solver priority. Yeah, this is the same exact process. So I'll start with joint total. I'll add 1 or whatever. Yeah, I'll just add 1. Well, I think in theory I could just double it, but I'll just add 1 at the start. Improving chain accuracy. Yeah. So I start here. I set that decrement 1. And then I think that's the only place. Duplicate joints to improve rigidity. So yeah, I think I'll just do the same thing. Joint total plus 1. Assign it, subtract it. Okay, so I want to see immediately how that does for the whole thing. So I'm going to turn on I want to make sure everything's turned on. first shift just behaves so strange. Just gonna do that. Make sure we're all normal. Okay. Crawler. Allow those to run, which means the main body has something right now. So I can turn that one off there. And then here. Okay. Right, so then I think I want to turn off the motors. So I'm going to turn the motors off. Why are you still rendering? Oh. Alright, let's do this so if we run the debug, it's going to look for nested nodes that look like this. In fact, what I can actually do is when I make them, I can do this. I can do marker. What is it? It's this like it's a meta thing. There's like meta, set meta, beam joint owned to a true value. So then I just look for they don't have to be owned. So I will just turn it, make it true. Okay. If the entry does not exist, it returns default. If default is null, an error is generated. Oh, and then I guess it should be underscore prefixed. Editor only metadata is not displayed in the editor and should not be edited, though it can still be found by this method. Okay. So it's still not going to exist, but yeah, delete them. It's been saved. Make sure the script is saved. I turn on show debug points so they exist here. I don't see the meta there. But then I'm going to save this scene. I go check. I find beam joint owned is true. So then I close that. I reopen it. And now it's no longer in its memory. But if I turn that off, it's deleted them. Huge. Okay. And if I reload it, it's gone. Great. These values change. Whatever. Okay. I'm going to go look for any other markers that might have been left over. Yeah, there's only 6. All right, that's how many there should be. Okay. All right. Then I was going to turn off the motors, so I turn off motors. Okay. So I should just sit still. Though I don't really understand. I mean, I think it's actually fine. It's just, you know, it's stuff, right? Okay. How do I make them like... How do I make them more rigid? I guess technically the angular limits are even here. I think I just turn off, because, yeah. So they're copying from IK, so I just need to turn off that copy, which I think happens during the load. Yeah, it specifically happens here. So I just want to turn off. Good. All right, super rigid. Okay, so the idea would have been that they should be much more stable, but they have all fallen over. That's fine. That is actually just fine, though. Yeah, the other realization I have is I kind of need to accept that that's going to happen, and I can't really stop it. That's the problem I give, and that's the problem I gotta solve, right? What was I gonna do? Right, I was gonna look at turn these up to 1, so these will copy. And that should really improve it. Yeah, that does actually have a really big improvement. Like before this would fall over and now it's not falling over. Okay, though that seems to like, I don't really understand why that has kind of fallen over. I mean, I kind of just can't like correct its rotation, I think. That's what the main issue here is. Jeez. Right. So now the next thing is to get the rest of these. Also, when it duplicates, I am just seeing joint. Alright, I think the duplication is only the primary joint that duplicates. These are not here. Duplicate for I in the largest value. IK. Yeah, we're just duplicating the primary joints. Good. I think I can also bring it to 2, and maybe that also benefits it. Yeah, so it definitely has like a diminishing return there. So 1 is still helpful. Ooh. Yeah, 1 is fine. So now I need to copy the beams all around. What does this connect to? This connects to the main body. Yeah, I think I figured that that's probably fine, right? Though I wonder if I should take it off. I'm not sure. And these ones I can't, yeah, these ones I can't really share them because if I connect them to the main body, yeah, I mean, it's, it does kind of suck. Also, I was wondering if I could go back to, if I could go back to using the old skeleton. I think I still want to have do an improvement there to the skeleton where I bring that bone back down, or where it is, and then make sure that this segment right here stays as it was before, and this becomes. It still has just the one bone, but the visual mesh will match what it was before. So it'll have like that interior bit, and then this, or at least this piece right here would be angled down. Even though the real joint is up here, the mesh is angled down next to it. And so would the hitboxes be as well. Don't need to worry with that. I can do that anytime. So I'm just thinking about the point that this connects to, because this kind of really matters where this is located. So I'm going to drag this up here to see where it is. And I'm just going to copy that value, move it back, and then I'm going to paste that value into there. And I'm going to increase the Y to like 9. Or, yeah, to 1. Or 0.95. Right. Whoops. Copy. And this one should be the same. Body A will be crawler. Paste. And then I think it should just be like a negative sign here, and that's it. Okay. Try that again. I don't even know how that happened. I don't know what key I pressed. I think I hit like the down arrow, the left arrow, and it just like did something kind of crazy. Okay. Run with this. I mean, this is like really, really rigid now. Like, yeah, hang on. This is like excessively rigid almost. Well, that's good. That's what I want. I want to see that be rigid. I think this also has... This is also making the distance constraints right now, too. Which, I mean, really, I should probably not do those. Can I take those off? It's made by crawler character, distance constraints. I'm just gonna comment it all out. And I guess this actually goes up there. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, I mean, this is so much better. That's so much better. That's a very rigid leg. Awesome. Okay. So now I'm just going to copy this beam to all the other ones. So I'm going to need every one of these. And the paths should work out, so as long as we're doing middle right next, so I'll just copy, paste, and then I just have to update the position 2, which should just be 0. But I will verify it, so... At this location, I think I can also just click top level and see the transform. Was I saying like 9.5? Yeah, 9.5. Yeah, so then it's solving in reverse order, which means we get to the tibia, we solve this, then we solve the joint constraint. And then we would solve the constraint on that one. Okay. So now I need front. Yeah, let me just do all the front rights, or the right side. Oh. Why did it node path there? Weird. Okay. Checking this location. I guess I have to reset those because it did actually mess with it. Let me check that these are good. Yeah, they should have no transforms. Okay. Now for this one. This one should work. Okay, no, it still has like that weird thing where it's pointing. Interesting. I guess the main body worked, but then yeah, the outer body wouldn't work. Because it has to go outside of itself. Okay. So that side's done. Let's check. Yeah, that's been a real difference maker. Also, I mean, I want to check to see if the order matters as well. So I'm gonna set them all up, and I'm gonna flip the order and see if I notice it. I mean, I should. Like I said, even logically think about it. A body strikes the end leg, the largest piece of the leg, strikes it, moves it. Main body to the femur says, "Oh, I don't need to do anything. I'm fine. Nothing's changed." Next joint says, "I also don't need to do anything. Nothing's changed." Then this joint comes in and says, "Wow, we've just been struck really hard. Do a huge translation." One iteration done. Second iteration comes in. Main body femur. Nope, nothing's changed. Second body on the tibia. Okay, now we have a change. Let's do a movement. Another one says, okay, let's improve that. Second iteration is done. Third iteration. Femur comes in. Wow, everything is moved. I'll do a little bit of correction, right? So by the third iteration, the femur, which I think matters the most to being correct, has actually started to do something. So we've already lost 2 iterations, basically. Doing it the other way around, where we go up the chain, that impact happens, it moves the body. It moves both of them. The next one runs and says, okay, we've been moved, let's fix. Then the tibia runs, says, okay, we've been moved, let's fix. So immediately on the first iteration, everything's already in a better place. No time is wasted. Yeah. Maybe by the time it does those first 3 gets to like working on it, then maybe it's okay at that point. But even then, in that case, it actually like spreads to the whole body too. So all the other legs still haven't seen a main body change. So they're on like the 4th iteration, and then those legs, the other joints, are on their 5th iteration before they see something, the 6th iteration. So we've already gone through like half the iterations before the leg on the other side of the body has even reacted. If we go up the chain, I mean, going up the chain still doesn't really change it, but it does mean that the main body gets rotation immediately. So then the second iteration would go up the chain, and now we can start backtracking it. So instead of doing like 6 iterations before it reaches the end, it would be the second iteration's already affecting the leg, then the third iteration's basically done with the leg. I mean, ideally, it would be like an intelligent system where it sees the most displaced thing, solves for that, checks the second most displaced thing, solves for that, and then goes in that order. So it would actually, in impact, would change the constraint, sort the island so that we're gonna go up the leg to the main body and then out through all the other legs. Like, that would be the most intelligent thing to do. Each constraint basically calculates, or it would do like a quick calculation to see like how much displacement do I have. Sort so we do the highest displacements first. Yeah, I mean, even that being us, even if you did that only on the first step, that would still be better. Because on the first step, the whole thing has basically transferred constraints. Transferred stuff, I guess. I guess it would also require building it as like a node graph too. Right now, constraints are just like individual nodes with no known connections. There's like a body and then a node that like a joint connects those two bodies. But then that joint, you only have the group of your joints. You don't know how they connect. The joints know how they connect. The system would need to look at the joints, ask how they connect, order in that way. Okay, that's just totally nonsense rambling though. Alright, so I just tested it. I'm still doing the beams. I did all the rights. Now I do all the lefts. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna check. Oh, I put this in the wrong place. There. You go there. And when I update the position, it will fix itself. Dog. You're sitting so far away, I almost can't even see you. Okay. I gotta take the dog out. I'll be back. I'm back. So beautiful, he's afraid of you. What? What happened? Oh, it still thinks it's attached to femur body. Right. Oh, when I said he was like sitting so far away from me. Yeah, honestly, I don't even know how I saw him either. Because he's done that before. He'll come in, he'll like sit, and I just straight up can't see him. He's just out of my field of view. And I don't hear him, and he like gives up after 5 seconds and walks away. And then I notice him leaving at that point. I don't see him come in, I don't see him sit down. Alright. Okay, that looks good. Technically, these do need yaw, but I mean, I can figure that out. I can do it anytime. Right. It's on everything. I am seeing some displacement though. Yeah, there is something a little weird looking happening. Like if I strike it hard enough, the hmm. Interesting. Okay, so it's supposed to be reverse order. So when I say this joint then this joint, that means I process this joint then that joint, right? Let me print out the priorities of these so I can see what they're all set to. So I can be totally certain about that. And I'm going to delete the duplicating thing. I don't need to see that. Okay. So yeah, looking at it from the bottom here, it would be distance joint, beam joint, distance, distance. What? Oh yeah, the beam creates with a distance. Right. Okay. That's not the way I want it to go. I want it to go the other way. I want it to go let me say that whenever I set the priority on one of these, they All right, let me think about this. I only want to make I want to beam joint adds it as a child, right? They add them as a sibling. Okay. Mainly because it doesn't really matter where the node is positioned. It doesn't really matter. Because these are treated as positions relative to the body, so it doesn't really matter where it adds. So I'm actually going to do add child instead of add sibling. Ensure the distance joint runs after. Yeah. Because this is what I'm missing here. The distance joint is running first and then the beam runs. I want to run the beam constraint and then the distance constraint. So this will take in, when we set up, this will take in that. So I'm going to go ahead and print here. Print the same thing. So I can see those. Oh, and then solver priority is always going to be positive, so that's simple. All right, so I'm going to do that. It adds it as a child. Physics skeleton does not search for nest. It does not recursively search, so it won't even touch the distance joint. Okay, and then these have constructed like that. So what I'm gonna do is when I set, yeah. If we have the distance joint, yeah. I guess in this case I actually do use it, so. And then I will print it again. Okay, so these run whatever, and then I would be setting the tibia beam, so then we obtain 29 and 30. Yeah, and then we just double print it. It's whatever. We put the joint, and then this one gets 27, so this one gets 28. So these two kind of run at the same time, which more or less makes it such that their orders might be a little bit weird. So it's not entirely deterministic, I guess. But this should be better. The real thing that I want to happen is that this will solve, and then the distance and the joint will solve. But I would actually really rather that happen first. So I'm gonna do a test. I would like to handle that. Okay, so the order that these are added in determines the order that they apply in, even when it's sorted. Quicksort should be stable. So what I'm going to do instead is, instead of applying a higher priority, I'm just going to make sure that I'm making it after this one. So I call force update, I create this one, and then this one will do the updates after me. But the priority is actually still relevant. Yeah, it'll just keep the same priority. Which is true, the order that they're added in the listing is the order that they happen in. Well, actually, if it's nested, then that means this one will... Well, because I'm creating it at runtime, I've already been created. I should have already added. And then this will add after me so that I run and then that one runs. I'm just going to copy this over priority. That's all I'm going to do. Okay, from set, so these will have the same priority. Okay, so yeah. Now this means that the tibia beam will process, and then definitely the tibia joint happens after both of these. That's the main thing. I want this to happen after both of these. Tarsus joint, and then the beam, and those have the same priority. Okay, cool. And then all of these get... These kind of start over. So femur joint 31... So this will run, these two run at the same time, which actually is a problem. Those run at the same time. So I think maybe in this case, when I get down here to the duplications, okay, here's what I'll do. Because I know I'm going to duplicate them, I'm going to multiply it. I'm going to do a multiplication. Because otherwise they're kind of not doing anything. So I take these, I do the joint total count. I do this normally. And then I'm going to... copy, no, I want to, I still want to count down, but I want to go high enough that I'm not going to hit any of these. So because we're doing that, I'm going to say, multiply this by the max between these two. Where's Dan? Google dropped a 12. A 12. 12 billion parameter is what, yeah. Max of this, I'll say actually joint total plus 1 times this, and then add up 1 again, whatever. So now these will run much later than the other ones, not at like the same time. Or in a indeterminate order. Okay, so the multiply just didn't work. I'll just do joint total that times this, add 1. There we go. All right. So now the duplicate joints will all run after all of these have run. So this is 31. So then I expect to see... Sorry about that. He's finally noticed a dog walking by after missing so many. Did you see NVIDIA's new system on chip? Nope. Looks like he's mad at you. Yeah. All right. So these numbers are good. Tarsus, tibia, femur, tarsus, tibia, femur. I wonder if I should then actually... Ooh. Maybe now this would mean something. Because then I run all the top joints again. A third time. The ones that matter the most. Okay, so the order's actually kind of... order's kind of bad. Alright, I think what I want to do is probably just do like solver. Add 1 there. Because I want these to have the higher number. Okay, but then I have to actually add 2. 2 plus I. Okay. So these all run. Why does the beam start at 2 though? Why are all those 1 now? What? Why are all those 1 now? That's weird. Because those used to say 2 and now they don't. Actually, I think it's just that I don't really have to add 1 here at all. I think I just don't add 1. Yeah, no need to add 1. They're okay. They're okay. It's okay. It's okay. No. All right. He's okay. All right. There's so much hair on this dog. He's starting to shed a lot of hair. I brushed him for like several minutes this morning and he's covered. He's just got more. Got even more. All right. So these are going to run. So this is 31. So we come down here, we start, or I guess we end at 44. And this one is at 61 and this one ends at 86. Maybe what I can do is just, it probably should be prioritized a little bit better. So since the other one ends at 31, this one should probably end at 32 instead of ending at 44. So what I'm going to do is in the duplication, yeah, I want to figure out what the priority should actually be here. But I also don't know how many I'm actually going to make a copy of. I mean, it's acceptable. How about this? How about instead I add everything to the list, and then I'm just going to go through that entire list and reverse priority them. That would probably be a lot smarter. So yeah, I'm just gonna make another list that is all of these. Why did deleting a... It's just stupid, is what it is. Okay. All joins for priority. I'm gonna start by initially... I can't reserve. No. Dumb. Okay, every joint that I'm gonna set up a priority for, then I do all joints for priority, append, joint. And then same here. At the joint. Then go through for joint in all joints for priority. I'm gonna move that comment down here. So now I get the full list. And we should be good. And it should be really well ordered. I don't have any... not leaking any numbers. Okay. And then I didn't reverse it. Which is what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to reverse it. Is this in place? Yeah. I reverse it, then I give them all. I could actually just give them all the... I could actually just count them up. So I don't have to reverse it. I just start with solver priority int 0. And then I just add 1. I should just do this. Earlier joints solve later. Wait a second. Yeah, that's actually the way that I want to do it. So I actually do want to do... this, okay. So the last one I reach is going to have the lowest priority. No. The last one I reach is going to have early joints solve later. The ones that are first on the list need to have okay. Alright, so something with these joints where I do have a particular order in this case. So what I want to do is I want to have all the joints that I added go through them in reverse. And then for this block, I want to do the same thing. I want to go through this block and go through them in reverse. But starting from... so what would the order be? I go through this block in reverse, then this block in reverse. I mean, okay, so it's basically just like, I do just take this list, reverse it, and then I could also just go through the... No. It is very specific. I don't know if this ordering holds the opposite way. I take the whole thing. I have added them all in this order. I want them to have the priority in the opposite order. Or no. I want them to have the priority such that the first block I added will run first. Second block I add will run next in reverse. So... and then the whole time, I basically have a number that's counting up from 0. So it'll go from 0 up here, and then whatever that number was, like 31, start at 32, go up from there, and then it would be from there and up. How can I structure that list so I can just run through it in one direction? The way that I could do it would be to, once I get to that list, I could start at the front and then insert my elements down that way. Right? So when I run in reverse, lowest values, and then the values continue to increase. So basically the first one I add there is going to be the one that runs last. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do all joints for priority, insert into block index, and then I would increment block index. Oh, but really it's more like this, right? Okay, so I have the whole list ordered that I just go in reverse, which would be the same effect as starting with the maximum number and decrementing from there. Okay. Why don't those have names? Weird. Okay, so what happens? The beam runs. And then there's the print from the set. The joint runs. Beam runs. Joint runs. And really, I actually kind of want it to be not this way. I want every IK setting to reset. It would be preferred if every IK setting reset the number. So like the zeros would all run and then they would go up the list. Yeah, because I think it means something to run all the end legs and then all the next set and then all of the interior ones. Because otherwise I do interior, then interior, then interior, and every single one of those interiors is like super messing with everything else, I guess. Is there a difference? I think there is. At least in my mind, there's like an organizational difference where, depending on the last one that runs, it's actually going to have taken in everything on the first iteration. I mean, I guess it's more like how many nodes run after it. How many joints run after it. The way that it's set up, it actually probably doesn't matter. Because the actual number of nodes that run after it that affect it are only the other femur joints. And as long as those always run with the end of the leg having applied into it, then it's fine. Though I would kind of like them to probably, I don't know, it seems kind of dumb. I could just do it where I keep a counter, because I don't know, I think the numbers are probably just getting too high anyway. So how about this? When I run through the IK, no, I have to load them from the bottom up. I can't load them in a different order. Or the top down. Yeah, I can actually do the priorities right here. Sort of joint twice. Okay, so yeah, every time I get into one of these, I apply its joint. So I should write it this way. So I start by decrementing it. So if there's 5, it'll write 4, 3, 2, and 1, but it will stop 1 short. So if there's 5, it'll run 4 times. 4, 3, 2, 1, 4. Okay, so those priorities I like. Those are how I want those to be. Load any remaining. I won't modify those. But I do want them to participate in priorities, so maybe what I could do instead is every time I see a new IK setting, Well, honestly, I don't care about these ones. I actually really kind of don't care about these ones. As long as the beams are running before any of the joints, that's all I really care about. Yeah, as long as that happens, I'm fine. Alright, I'll do this. I load all the joints. And then, what's the problem? We're just being dumb. Like, literally, what's the problem? Just being dumb again. So I start with this, and I think the idea is I have each joint data. I want to go through it in reverse. But loaded joints reverse doesn't do that. So I'm going to say... Let me just say I. Stop before -1. Like that. Okay. Get that. So then I go through this in reverse, and every time I see every time I see a new one of these, but only when it has it. So, joint data is IK joint. If it's an IK joint and they don't match, so I ignore the ones that are not IK joints. Or actually, no, because this goes okay. So actually these are only IK joints, in fact. Or these are only bone attachments. I mean, there's like probably a whole concept here that's like I'm just totally missing. The concept is probably like organize it so that we go from children to parents. And probably the ideal thing would be like build a list of all the children of this one, they all get assigned the same priority. Drop the priority value, load all their children, they all get that priority. That's probably the way that it should run. Right? For solver priorities. Because yeah, ultimately I want to reverse it. And when I find an attachment with multiple ones in here, I also reverse these two. So this one would get 0 and this would get 1 in that group. Okay, I think I figured it out. This is how I want to do priorities. Delete that, delete this. This can just be joint data. Because this is path correction. Yes, I've gotten all the attachments. I'll do this before I reparent them. Solver priorities. So this will basically just go through starting at the root bone of the skeleton, which should just be like 0, right? to itself. Okay, so I've got this map. And then this just so I can be sure that when I'm going through this list, I only increment when I find an attachment that has that exists and has joints inside of a rigid body. I mean, basically the idea is that these should all, this should be like 1, 2, 3, 4. That's how they should count. Or it would actually be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And this one will also count 1, 2, 3. Even though these have like different nestings, they should hopefully line up that way. Yeah, because basically I want to go through, I want to find all the first bones that have an attachment. Those all get grouped together in the structure. Yeah, I want to get a list of all. Basically would be like yeah, I would look at this bone, I'd say it has no attachment. Okay. Grab all the children. All the children. These ones don't have attachments yet, so then I would go down to this layer on all of them. I would collect all of these ones. So I get all of these ones and I say, all right, these have an attachment, so these stop. These ones don't, so add them to the list. And then I reach these ones and I say, okay, these ones have an attachment, add them to the list. And then I don't, or this is the next attachment group, I guess. And then I don't have any more to add. Okay. And then I need the resulting structure. So this will be the so this will be a map of integers to a list of joints that should have that value, or like 1 over the value. So basically I'll flip it, I'll keep track of a maximum, and then which is just the number that I count to by the end, and then I would do that max minus the keyed value. All right, let me do this. me just do this. Okay, joint priority. I'll keep track of the depth. Starting at 0. I need a well, I'm really working with an array of bone IDs, so I have a set of bone IDs that I haven't searched, a set of bone IDs that I have searched, and then I have a set of joints that I want to add to this depth. It's actually more like it's a next list. And then I don't really know what else to do with, like, well, how else to loop this. Do we just have a loop keyword? Nope. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to do skeleton. I should have skeleton. So I want to say for the bone IDs in search, if the bone ID has an attachment, I add it to the attachment list. Yeah. So if we have it, then I'm going to get the attachment. I obtain it, and then if it does not have it, I think I just skip over it. It's just to be safe. So then within this list, I'm going to find... I'll just get all the joints and reverse them in order. Yeah, base gate means this set would have... So if I'm at depth 0 and I find 2 joints, let me also track like a width. It'll be up here at the top, the joint list. Oh, it won't be this. It won't be this. It'll be an array of arrays. Or will it? Okay, so in the case where I have... Let's look at this. Okay, let's just assume that these both are found at the same level. What would I do here? I would give this one 0. Let's say I give this one 1. I give this one 2. This one should also have 1, I think. Or actually, probably it should have 2. So instead of 1, 2, and then this would have 2. So what I would do is, in order to track that, I need to track... basically, I know that the highest value I just applied here at this level is 2. So maybe not depth, but maybe like... maybe like that, max priority. Because basically I want to find every attachment, add its array, next attachment, add its array, and then I keep track of the maximum in that set out of all the attachments that I found. And this is all going to be added at like a certain depth, I guess. So basically if I find a group where there's 2 joints is the maximum, then I'm saying, all right, the first joint in every array is going to be, or rather it's the other way around. Yeah, because it'll be like subtracting. It'll be like taking the max at that level and minus that value. So the first one would all get 0. Second one would all get 1. So the result of that is this would be 0 and this would be 1. So that means the max is 2. 2 minus 1, this will be 1. 2 minus 0, this will be 2. So these will both be at 2 and this will be at 1. Okay. And then yeah, I think I'm actually just tracking max priority in this set. I'm just doing this to conserve the sorting, I guess. There should be less sorting happening, ideally. Because if I just give everything a forever increasing value, then in a single crawler, I'm gonna like consume up to like 100, when a crawler could be like, I mean, just the number, just the priority number would match the leg count. So it'd be like, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then for duplicates, it would just go 5, 6, 7, and that would be the highest number. So the highest number on the crawler would be like 0 to 7. Instead of doing like 53, right? So I get the attachment and then I want to find, yeah, I'm going to do all the joints in order. Well, I'm getting the first rigid body, and then I'm only getting those ones, so I don't care about the nested. I don't care about nested joints. I'm specifically looking for... I expect them to have one body. Yeah, I think I just expect them to have one body. If size is 0, nothing. If it's greater than 1, yeah, I expect exactly one body. Okay. I'll just say rigid body. Okay. Otherwise, I do joint, list, and as a single value. And then max priority becomes the largest value between max priority and found. Okay. So if I find it, what do I do when I find it? This doesn't become the next list. I think what it becomes is, because of the way that I'm searching down the list, I need to keep track of jeez, let me hide everything. So I'm gonna be like this. I look at this one, I find no attachments. I find no attachments on the bone. It gets added to if I find no attachments, it gets added to the next list to search. Or no, I think it gets added to an expand list, right? I say, all right, this one I want you to expand this one and search these ones. I don't know. Yeah, let me say like expand. I don't know about next. I'll add it when I know I need it. So I'll add this to an expand. And also continue. So when I do find, if it does have an attachment, I say, all right, remember this for later. So once we go to the next depth, so now this becomes a next one. This becomes part of the next search. And then I continue. All right, when it doesn't have an attachment, it's the same way. I add it to an expand. Yeah, same thing, right? So I've searched everything. Now what I want to do is if anything that's in expand, so I say if expand if we have anything in expand, then I add those to the search list. Append array, expand. And then I keep going. So I'm going to model that. So I didn't find anything here. I also don't find anything here, so all these get added to expand. So I search here, I see nothing. That gets added to expand. Nothing, right? So nothing. Well, actually I did find one because I hit femur. So femur gets added to next. This gets added to next, these all get added to next. This one gets added to expand. So I still have expand. So I run these. These get added to next, and then I don't add anything to expand. So when the expand size is 0, I have added all the joints that exist at this depth. Right, and these are all inside of next as well. Okay. Add all joints to this layer. So I have the max priority. So this basically means what I'm doing is I'm taking so yeah, I'm going to go through every joint list. It's not really a layer for I'll call this joint collection instead. And this is going to be the joint list. So for each list, the first element is added to, now I have like a depth counter, or I have a priority counter starting at 0. So the first one gets added with 0, second one gets added with 1, and then I increment priority by that value. Okay. And then the ultimate idea is at the end, everything's going to be that minus its value. So it would be reversed. So here I'm counting up. I reset to priority. The joint and joint list. Then have my priority map. So this would be if, well, yeah, I already have the priority that I'm looking for, so I can just check here if it exists or not. If we don't have this priority yet, set P2 an array. And then well, actually, I guess it's really going to be like this instead. Yeah, because I'll be incrementing it every time. So if we don't have this priority created, and then I would do is there like get or add? I mean, technically what this is doing though, this is constructing an array every time. So I kind of don't want to do that. So yeah, I'll just run get priority append joint. Let me increment by 1. Okay, and then I have max priority, so I think that just means priority is going to be added. Max priority. So I just threw the whole list in there with those priorities, incremented by max priority. And then I say search is going to be equal to, or I'll just say search. I've searched everything, so I actually want to do search clear. And then search append array expand. And then here, I would do I now want to search what's in next. But I should do expand. Well, anytime expand exists, then I'm clearing it, so I don't care about it. So I know expand is already 0 at this point. Search will have something, so I'm going to do search clear append array next, and then next clear. And then I guess I just say up here, well, search size is greater than 0. And then I'll have the priority map at this point. Okay, let's see what it does. I have an infinite loop. I have an infinite loop. Okay. Tough. Yeah. That's annoying. I really wish this was more resilient to an infinite loop. Because it's pretty sad that it dies so effectively. What did I just close? What's going on? Where's this? Where is this? I can't find this executable. It doesn't exist. Where's this executable? Where's the executable? Okay, there we go. I found it. It would be the one with the highest CPU usage on a single thread. Okay. So what went wrong there? Why did this actually just keep running forever? Oh, because I'm doing... Right, okay. So expand is not actually like that. Expand is I find everything in that list, so I do 4... That's where the infinite loop is. So I do skeleton, get children. No, skeleton, get bone children. Bone ID. Search append array. Cool, okay. Let me make sure that I put the breakpoint here. Hey, Daniel Friedman. I don't want to be that guy, but Heli Unk, really, you stole what? Can you stole using Godot engine? Huh? Still using Godot engine? What do you mean still using Godot engine? I'm making a game in Godot. Of course I would still be using it. Also, I don't know what guy you're trying not to be. It's old? Okay, so should I use something that was made yesterday? What should I use instead? Alright, is this correct? Let me just do, because I want to skip through this pretty fast. Put a breakpoint there. Hit continue a few times. Okay, I'm getting a loop now. So why am I getting a loop here? No response. What should I use instead? Nothing. Noob down. So the only way that search could be looping like this is... Oh. Well, yeah, I clear it, and then I set it to next, and then I clear next. Wait a second. Oh, next is the one that I... It's the same bug again. It's this one. There we go. Okay. So I continue, and then it's it thinks it's done. Okay, so what have we got? Priority map, 5 priorities. That is what I counted. Is that what I counted? I think that's not what I counted. That doesn't seem right. No, this means I'm using 5 priorities per leg. So I have beam, joint, joint. Okay, that actually does make sense. So these two should be... what would these two be? What are these two? Who knows? What's the name? Front right femur. Okay, so I actually do have an issue. This should have contained all the femurs. This did not contain all the femurs. Which means I didn't continue expanding. I'm back. My kitten shut down my PC. Use Bevy Raylib anything. Bevy Raylib. I do hear about Raylib. That doesn't sound like a game engine though. And I'm pretty sure it's not. I'm pretty sure it's a render engine. Also, I still don't understand why saying it's old is bad. If it was dead, it would be bad. But this is not a dead engine. I might even say it's probably more actively developed than Unreal or Unity or any other engine that exists right now. Cause it luck feature. Can you put a little more effort? It really doesn't work to convince somebody to do something different if you're just not typing well. It does a bad job. Bevy. Data-driven game engine built in Rust. Entity component. Well, I don't want to learn entity component. I know that it's hard to work with. Also, I would rather have a UI. It seems like this is purely a total code thing, which means I don't get... Yeah, that kind of lacks a little bit there. Thanks for following. All right. I am interested in Rust. Apparently my internet's going to be getting shut down for a few minutes, so stream's going to come back in a bit. Let me flip it to BRB. I'm back. Okay, so the internet was not shut down. But it will be shut down today. In like an hour or something. So I went ahead and got food. So I've got food. I'm going to eat. So these did not make sense. These were wrong. This should have been I don't really... Oh! It's because joint collection should be up here. Because I reset it. That's what happened. So I keep expanding until I have no more to expand. And then I add everything from joint collection, and then I would clear joint collection. And then max priority also just stays up here, and max priority would reset. Max priority does not reset yet, because I have to do this. Then I can do max priority is 0. I'll do it like this. Okay, now maybe that's actually right. Food. Okay, go here. I'm just gonna hit continue a few times. So we got a first set. These should all be femurs, and there's 6 of them, so femur. Just grow this so I can... Can't even see it still. Femurs. Right, so we expanded so we could no longer expand. And then I added a set of 2, which is good to see. So these should all be the joints, the main joints. And then I would see the beams, all the beams. Excellent. Hit continue, it'll do it again. So these are all the joints. And it's actually the last set too. And then all the beams. Good. And then it's done. Great. But before I return, I want to do... I want to make sure that priority is... I want to leave priority. Okay, let me just I can look at priority. Priority is 5. Okay. So priority is going to be the next priority to add. So it would be 5 minus 4 is 1, 5 minus 0. Okay. And I do want to start at 0. So it would be 4 minus 0, so this would end up being 4. All the femur joints. Good. Okay. Alright. Okay, that looks great. That does look great. Right? Right. I'll actually just store this as like priority so I can return it. and then I have priority, which is just the highest key value. Right. Yeah, I'm gonna eat. Now that that's kind of there. And I'll just, we'll just look at these guys. Okay, update. Internet will not be shutting down today. The funny word is miscommunication, because there's two of them. We were told a week ago about something changing today that would require them to turn off the internet for a few minutes. we missed the email. So they showed up. We're like, what? We weren't ready. I was fine. I could shut off. Other people could not. So then he was actually going to do other houses in the area and come back. Camera. Hello? Camera? Okay. So then he comes back, and it's probably been like 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Not even that long. Definitely like less than that. He comes back and says, actually, we aren't ready yet. He said there was a miscommunication and this area isn't ready yet. So yeah. Nothing. Still eating. I'll be back. I'm actually going to be looking at something else when I get back. So I'm back. My tummy is awesome as always. Yep. But I am now actually curious because this has got to be really new because let me just go to news and see how new it is. What? I was expecting like 2022, 2023. Actually, you know what? I was expecting to see 2024. No, this is too autistic. I have a personal investment in Rust game engine as a concept. When I was looking to learn Rust, I was genuinely looking for a Rust game engine so I could make a game in Rust. I found Godot instead because at the time it just, to my understanding, it just didn't exist. You didn't know this exists? No. I searched. I was searching like in 2024 for game engines in Rust. They didn't exist. Or I just suck at looking. They just didn't exist. You mentioned this one before? Well, then you mentioned it once and it was a long time ago and you didn't mention Rust. You didn't mention Rust. Yeah. These are examples. Wait, what was I? Games. Yeah. Bevy is famous now because of vibe coders. So why are there game examples? An example 3D game. Okay, this is just a 2D game. Pretty clearly. It's like Snake, is what I'm guessing. And this is Breakout. Dude took a screenshot. Dude hit launch and hit screenshot. He didn't even move his paddle yet. The ball is about to go past the paddle. Sugar Rush, he didn't even do anything either. Or, yeah, Alien Cake Addict, 0. Yeah, okay, but I didn't find this, right? I vibe coded crap FPS once with it. I think that's why I keep saying everywhere. Why you keep saying what everywhere? Seeing it everywhere. I have not seen this yet. Yeah. It's headless, so it's easy for LLMs to mess with it. I mean, Godot is too. If you think about it. It just loads resource files. Actually, I'm not really sure how true that is. I want to look at this for a bit. Okay, so these are two, or I mean this one and this one I like. I like these two things that they're pointing out here. Modular and fast compilation. Know nothing about Godot. Am I tripping, or there's something wrong with Twitch in the past few hours? Huh? I don't know if Twitch is having problems. Crates. Oh. Oh. What the hell is that? App exit? What is this? What does this do? Is this treating runner as a function? What's runner? A runner FN. What's a runner FN? What's lib? App prelude? There's something off with Twitch. What's off with Twitch? What's runner FN? What? Am I stupid? Tests. Okay, I'm like, what is this? What's runner FN? What is that? Oh, found it. FN once receives an app, returns an app exit. Okay. Finally online. Owners of AWS. What? Was the stream out? What the hell is Hokey Pokey? Used for doing Hokey Pokey. Is this what they call a no-op? A build that does nothing? Okay. Interesting. Well. Oh, here's the real thing. Features. Dependent. Oh, God. Yeah. 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 No. No. Nope. Nope. Don't do that. Bevy color. Surely this could not have any dependencies. Oh my God. All right, well, what does color do? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so I think it's just me, I don't know. This function does its job. Well, I both hate and like to see this. By to muck, surd, this error, derive more, in case. Yeah, okay. ECS, surely this could not have a single dependency, right? Oh dear God. It has the biggest dependency list so far. Array vec, small vec, I mean, this is just, okay. Alright. Like I said, I'm both happy and sad to see that. Math, okay, math is like as pure as you can get. No dependencies in math. Okay, okay, I'll forgive Rand. Rand I can forgive. This error, iter tools, I still don't know what surd is. ArrayVec. Bevy reflect. If reflect is like reflections, like Java type reflection, why does math need that? I don't know. Maybe that could work. I mean, it's more acceptable when it's its own code. Bevy pointer. There's no way this could have dependencies. Okay. I was correct for once. A no dependency thing. It's gonna be a nightmare to rely on enough this supports constantly. Remember when I looked it up. Wait. Pointer. Okay, what does this do? Okay. Here's the weird thing. I guess I just haven't gotten this far into Rust yet to know why I would want to do this. But also, I don't think it's really necessary. The autistic way is freeing memory. Here's what Rust has told me. Here's what I've heard. No more pointers. No more pointers. You don't think about it. You write the code. If it compiles, you're good. You still have to consider references, but there's no pointers. So why... This just feels... This sounds like instantly wrong. That if you're doing this, you're wrong. Baby utils, that's not good to see. I also don't like this. How many dependencies? This has like the fewest dependencies. Oh, what? Okay, well. This is cool, and then it's not cool as soon as I look at them. I like that because if I ever get the opportunity to, I do want to make a game engine in Rust, but I also want it to have an editor. I want it. It should have an editor, okay? I think you can be like me and be the most like interested in writing code all the time, and still I would rather just have a visual editor for a lot of stuff, especially the data authoring is what the editor handles, and then I can jump in there and code whatever I want. I just don't like. You need an editor, I think. Editor will make you look lame, and you're not gonna be as close to Daniel Friedman. Yeah. But the bonus is definitely that. Yeah. The bonus is definitely that this has that modularity. That's cool. I like that. I don't like that the modules themselves are fat. Very, very fat. The math library has 10 dependencies. Because at least the issue there is I think Rust has enough that you don't need dependencies. JavaScript has enough. Well, JavaScript doesn't really have enough. I'm more comparing this to Node and how JavaScript projects can just blow up because of Node modules, because it lacks certain fundamental types that you have to manually write. I think it's becoming less and less true now. Or at least definitely with Node.js. Node.js is definitely you have a lot of stuff available here, especially for networking. There's a lot of networking. This is a re-implementation of what already exists in JavaScript. What else would I have? I'm not sure what OS is. I mean, just, operating system stuff, right? This is the kind of thing that you would use Node.js for, because plain JavaScript just straight up does not have this. This doesn't exist, as far as I understand it. Interfacing with the operating system is just impossible. You have to use Node.js, because then it provides that file system. Right? So Node.js, what happens is some of these things are really difficult to start with, and so you need to have like libraries to do this stuff. Rust is not like that. Rust should already be at the level that everything that you want is in the standard library. If you want to go crazy and have like some super fast math thing that the Rust standard library just doesn't have, then okay, you have that. But like having 2 modules for arrays and vectors included in almost every single crate is ridiculous. You don't need that. You have vectors. tracing, log. You have print line. You don't need log. Right? I mean, you could have an input to this to say, hey, give a logger, and the logger provides, I don't know, a function. Provide a function, and we'll call this function when we want to print something. I think if I remember correctly, there are plugins editors made for this. Yeah, I'm sure there must be, right? Someone's got to have stuff, but now you have the issue that you don't have a consistent, I guess, authoring thing. So now you're not really, you're piling on layers. Stop piling layers. Right? There should not be layers. There should be operating system, game engine, your data. Game engine can have whatever it wants in there, but it shouldn't be like operating system, 30 modules, and then inside of each of those is 20 more stuff stacked on top. And now you have to think about, I mean, I can already see a possible issue. One of these modules provides an output array that you have to convert to a different array type to give to another module. That's the kind of thing. This project was archived by the owner. What? What one? But like that is one of the issues you get into when you start including so many things. Like, I don't have an issue with all this stuff existing. It's for that state. What does this do? All right, I'll look at the test. What's the test do? State machine? What was it? Bevy's states? It was states? Okay. Finite state machines. And this is also the other problem. They say modularity, and then if you like what states has, you gotta take in ECS, state macro, okay, state macro, sure, whatever. Utils, okay, utils, whatever. I still don't understand reflect. App and platform, that doesn't make sense, right? I guess they are optional. So, all right, sure, they're optional. Oh wait, this one is, okay, you're required to get platform. The editor guys, this MIT though, it's MIT, they follow the same thing as Rust, which is like, you pick which license you want to interpret it as. Which I don't really understand why. I think MIT is just a simple one. Apache is when you want a few more constraints on how people use it. So it's kind of like, just make it MIT. Anyway. Yeah. All you have to do is include this. Copy paste. Good. Apache. okay, don't care, I'm just going to use MIT. Like, that's exactly what this is. It's pretty much the same thing as MIT. It's just a little bit more wordy and a few more constraints. Mostly a liability thing. So Mac, wait. State macros. I mean, I guess this is the idea, right? Like, if I like something from Bevy, I'm guaranteed pulling in like 2 or 3 other Bevy modules. So they say modular, and then it's not really modular. I mean, this one's the crazy one. Colors is already like... I can't believe it. I can't believe it has dependencies. Like, this should just be a type export. It should literally just be a type export. Why does it need math? Why does a color need math? What could you possibly be using math for? This isn't even, this is a test. What? This is a test. It's one test. I'm so confused. That's weird. When was that made? What? Okay. GitHub broken. What? Okay. Okay. I mean, cool idea. That's a fail. I don't know. I immediately just see it's already node modules all over again, which sucks. But also, I'm glad. Because it means that I still have a thing that I can offer, which is not node modules. Server exited. Why did that happen? Server exited? Wait, it crashed? Is that possible? It crashed? Wait. Oh, I think that was me. Right. When Godot froze, I terminated a process without realizing what it was, and that's what I terminated. I terminated T-Mugs. Okay. What am I doing now? Right, joint priority map, very good. It's now all the way down to 5 priorities for all the joints. All the joints. 5 priorities. Instead of 60 or 90, I guess. I think I got up to 90. Instead of 90 priorities, I'm using 5. Okay. PUBG Studio is downsizing. Okay. Wait, how does that work? Calculate joint priority. It uses attachments to obtain joints. Okay. So I have the map. And then what I want to do is duplicate all the joints and sort of do it again. This is a weird year for live service. Everyone got bored of online games all of a sudden. Whoever was going around telling all the studios to make a live service game is probably finally being ignored, is probably what's happening. There was live service hype. Also, I don't even know if it's like... It's like that. It's more like live service just keep failing, and they've been failing over and over. And I think it's more at the point that the public has probably noticed and it's not even giving anything a try anymore. So they aren't even like profitable in terms of we released the game and we made a ton of money, but the game sucked, but we still made our money kind of thing. It's like you release the game, 2,000 people buy it, and no one else is getting it anymore, and you're basically forced to just give them a refund at that point because you literally won't be making your money back. So you can't even say, hey, this is a big success, we're just going to run the service for like another year and then shut down. It's like, we're not even on track to start to have paid off our investment, so just shut down immediately. That kind of thing. Did not mention Horizon's live service at all. Not the last service that's called Fair Games. Literally free, yeah. Oh, is that happening now? I want to see. Why does it look like that? There's a big spike, and then it drops to normal, and then it spikes again, and then it drops, but then now it's like ticking up slowly. Oh, that was Tuesday. Okay, I'm guessing this is just like people are realizing that it's open now. What did I say? Did I say a number? I think I made a prediction. I think I said that it has to like... It has to go past its all-time peak. Americans went to sleep and then woke up. It has to go past its all-time peak, and then that may still not be enough. It might have to go double. I mean, it's going up. There's 40,000. And it should still be like news going out. So the graph could be up. They could hit an all-time peak. It's not out of the question yet. I still don't think I'm gonna do it. I'll try it if I see like game news channels saying the game is popular and people are enjoying it, then I might. So DDoS itself with a free 4 people in servers went down for 6 hours. Convinced or Radiant. He got to play it. I didn't get to play it. I think he probably played like 2 or 3 games. Probably 3. 3 rounds. And then he was done. Okay, I didn't have a breakpoint, so what was the problem actually? Because it did. There was no problem. Right, I'm not actually doing it yet. Try you coward, for me, waste your time. I don't think so. Okay, join priority map. I get the join priority map. I think for now, yeah, okay. For now, I'm just gonna like all joins for priority. So these are. I'm not doing this here. Don't do that here. But I do care about duplication. How does duplication work? I'd like to be able to provide it something. I think maybe what I provide is a... Yeah, how about this? How about I do this? I provide bone ID to joints. And this can figure that out for me. Because what I want to do then is go through and duplicate, or well, I have the priorities at that point, so I can count up from there. So I can just find the bone that I'm duplicating, add whatever is the priority, and then I get a new one. Yeah, you know, let me make it like a bone join map. Okay. For target and attachments. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna do this. Sorry, I looked at that and then I just want to do that. In Elias fake or not fake news, Martin S says he's using AI for brainstorming his new movie. No. No, that just doesn't work. That's just not gonna work. Because it's not gonna tell you. It's not okay for. It's not gonna tell you no, and then it's gonna make you create a really watered down, super politically correct thing. Like you're not gonna be making, you're not gonna be making Django. With AI is not gonna give you Django, right? Is this what I'm thinking of? Yeah. AI is not giving you Django Unchained. AI would never give you this movie. Especially not this character. AI would not give you this character. It can't. It can't. It's so sterilized and politically correct. You can't make that movie with AI. Sorry. It sucks because it just comes up with things that already exist. Yeah. Well, I think in the case of AI, it's overtuned to provide you things that to give you facts, I guess. It can give you, I don't know. No matter, like, you can get it to like make stuff up, but it's gonna fall into a set of rules, and the rules are gonna be based on facts, and it's gonna be really hard to pull it out of that. I mean, I guess I haven't really used it, but like just knowing like how it operates, it's not a creative writer. Open weight models are uncensored. They can only come up with the disgusting stuff. My point stands and never come up with something new. Okay. Let me say this. So, I think in terms of like what people believe creativity is, it's more about actually not being creative and playing into people's views of the world and what they think happens, and then subtly breaking those assumptions sometimes for interest. So you could randomly generate a game or like rules for a game, but the game's not going to be fun. You can randomly generate a story, but the story's not going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting because it fits into a very narrow space of things that are good and understandable. I mean, yeah, that's just it. It fits into a very narrow range of what's good and understandable. Now I'm thinking about that. Now I'm thinking like, well, then why would AI be bad at that? Because it's in a very narrow range. Okay, now you've nerd sniped me. Philosophy sniped me. Let me think about that. I say watered down. What do I mean by that? I mean that it doesn't have rough edges. That's what I mean. An LLM is going to avoid rough edges. And that's the whole human experience. And when it tries to invent them, it's going to follow that. It's still going to stay in that narrow path, but it's still not going to give you those rough edges for conflict. So let's say this. A conflict is a bank robbery. Okay. A conflict is a bank robbery. A guy, here's the introduction. A guy who comes into the bank, his grandmother has died. He is going to withdraw an inheritance. The bank is robbed right then. His inheritance is gone. It's not insured. I don't know why. We're just gonna say it's not insured. His money's totally gone. The whole conflict is now he's got to catch the bank robber to get his money. This is probably a terrible story, but okay, here's the idea, all right? I guess we can make it nicer, like it's for charity, or it's like his grandmother died, he has to collect the inheritance to pay for cancer treatment for his daughter. That's probably better, but the whole deal is that he has to be the one to catch the criminal and retrieve his inheritance. Okay. And AI is definitely just going to run into the process of setting it up like TV, like turn your brain off TV kind of style, where he's going to go home. He's going to be a super genius. He's going to put all the pieces together. He's going to knock on his door and say, "You're a bad man, give me the money," and the criminal's going to hand it over to him. Like, that's what the AI is going to come up with. At no point is he going to have to sacrifice spending time with his children. I mean, if the whole idea is that he's doing it for cancer research, for cancer treatment for his daughter, the AI is never going to have him visit his daughter in the hospital. His wife is never going to call him up and say, "Stop. Your daughter is dying. Spend her last day, like, she needs you to spend her last days with her." That call is not going to happen, right? Like, it's not going to come up with this stuff. It can't. Because it has no human experience, and it's only going to be basing it off of, like, the most broad concepts of what conflict is in a story. It's going to be super beelined. And then also halfway through, it's going to turn into Home Alone, and he's going to have to dodge traps in this dude's apartment building that is now the size of a castle. That's what's going to happen too. So the whole time you're trying to come up with a story, you're going to be dodging all the rough edges that are going to make the story interesting to watch. And then you're going to have to be constantly ringing it back in to say, okay, hang on a second. We're supposed to be in an apartment building. Why are there traps? And why is the apartment building now have like a grand hall and a giant staircase? Like, what are you talking about? This is a one-room apartment, right? Like, okay, here's another one. They're not going to have opposite skin colors, right? That would be really interesting. So now there's a rough edge of race happening. They're not going to be opposite races or different races or whatever. There's not going to be any racism. There's not even going to be like, they're not even going to be able to make a villain who has black skin. They're not even going to be able to, the AI can't do that. It's going to refuse. It's going to say, actually, that's wrong. Oh, by the way, now that I just mentioned that, we need to make the main character black and the villain's going to be white, and now it's okay. Now we can have our diversity in an appropriate way, right? Like, that's what's going to happen. So, oh, the criminal also has a daughter with cancer, which is just really probably super contrived, but the AI wouldn't even come up with that. LM's not even going to say that. It's gonna make him a super evil guy, and that's it. Protagonist's gonna be a super good guy. He's gonna catch him in a day. Everyone's gonna cheer. Everyone's gonna clap. I think you can, just like how Disney writers fake their emotional stakes. No, I mean, I would say even Disney movies can have rough edges. Maybe not so much recently, because they're probably also may or may not be using AI, political correctness, and like just hard avoiding anything anything provocative. I mean, the earliest Disney movies had like parents dying as like the opening scene. You know, that's rough. I'm talking about the new ones. Yeah. What was it? There was also a funny thing in... Someone was talking about Wolfenstein's story. Yeah, definitely that game. And how, in order to make people feel comfortable, you have to have... If you have a white guy being racist, you have to have a white guy who's not racist. And I think that's just really demeaning to people's... Just to people. You're babying them. You're saying, yes, you're offended, but you don't have to be, because here's the good guy. You're the good guy. You're the good white guy. Right? I mean, I don't know. Just can't talk about... Gotta talk about race, of course, but... That kind of thing. Even an AI is gonna write like that. I mean, of course, movies are always better with more characters, because, you know, a protagonist who is at least slightly relatable. I mean, every character should be relatable in some sense. They should be reasonable and logical, and you should understand them. Because I don't think there's really such thing as a 100% unreasonable person, or as someone who's unreasonable all the time. If they are, then that's got to be their whole character, is that they are always unreasonable all the time. But if they're not, sometimes they gotta be reasonable, right? So, like, the thing there is, I think in Wolfenstein they did miss this, where they were trying to make the bad guys reasonable sometimes, except they would pretty much always instantly discredit that by making them be unreasonable and like totally contradict what they just said. Which, I mean, if that's the game you want to make, then sure, that's fine, but... Wolfenstein hates white people, is that what you saw? I don't know if that's the one that I saw. The title doesn't seem the same. Similar idea. It might have been the same one. I don't know, maybe I'm not remembering the title well. But yeah. Could be that one. So I would say, like, if you want to have a character who is racist, it's not necessarily about them just being unreasonably racist. I mean, here's the issue, right? If you go in with a preconception that being racist is a racist person is always unreasonable all the time, then you can't write a character that anyone cares about. It's just a character for you to hate and for you to shoot at. You know, you may as well have made them an alien who eats children. Like, there's no difference. If you're putting people in your game and you want them to be people, you have to make even the racist ones reasonable sometimes. Wolfenstein feels... That's the title. That's definitely the video that I watched. Though I don't feel like he even really addresses it completely. He more just talks about what happens in the game, and he doesn't actually offer any interpretations or conclusions. And in fact, I think he was even wrong at several points about his understanding of the game, which is weird because I'm pretty sure he made the video after playing through the game probably a couple times. So it doesn't make sense that he missed some details. The one where I was talking about two characters saying something reasonable and then immediately, like literally instantly contradicting it, was meant to be a joke, but it's like, now you're making your whole game a joke because you're not trying to be provocative or make a player think anymore. You just like, essentially the conversation was, violence is never the answer. We would be at war if we were always violent. By the way, did you enjoy killing all those people yesterday? We love being violent. Violence is so awesome and fun. Like, that's literally the thing that they said. I didn't play that game. Is it too obvious? I don't know. You probably should watch it, but it's more like the writers have a fetish for Nazis, is kind of how it goes. And the whole idea is that they're always unreasonable 100% of the time, and if they sound reasonable, it's because they're lying. That's their whole thing. So they're just basically making people-shaped aliens, is what they made. They made people-shaped aliens. And then sometimes they want you to feel bad for some reason. Like, one time they wanted you to feel bad about killing somebody. I don't know, it's weird. It's weird. It's like they can't, they don't know what they're trying to say. It's definitely kind of a game that if I were to play it and pay attention to what's happening, I would probably be like, this is weird. Like, who are these characters anymore? I feel like I'm literally watching black and white. Black good, white bad. I'm the good white guy. Like, that's what the whole game is. And I mean, it really is that way. Like, if there were characters that were like this, and I'm sure you would have pointed them out, but I'm pretty sure literally every character who was white was bad, except for the main character, and then every black character was good. Like, that's how they wrote the game. So it was like that. But then the weird part is because sometimes they actually committed to making you feel bad for the Nazis, and then other times they made them a joke. Like I said, the conversation where they were like, I hate violence. Violence is so terrible. We would be like, there would be no peace with violence. And then literally without taking a breath, then say, I love killing people, essentially. I can't wait for us to go out and kill more people together. Like, that was the joke that they made. That was also the joke that he missed. He forgot to point out the fact that that was a joke. You don't know. It's like that. That could be AI written. Wolfenstein could be made by an AI, I think. Well, that fits the bill. Super narrow, no rough edges. Everything's clear. Nothing's murky. Jay Giller made this game look so profound. You know when you watch a well-written essay about a game and it makes the game look better than it is? Well, I mean, the one thing about it is that it is like kind of the only game that has Nazi imagery in it. So already it's like getting bonus points for that. You actually have a game that shows you something from history. And it's not lying to you and saying, oh yeah, they're not Nazis, they're enemy team, and their logo is enemy team logo, like that kind of thing. So at least it's a Nazi game where you actually get to shoot Nazis. That's good. But then they kind of still miss the fact that people are people, right? If you want anti-human aliens, then make anti-human aliens and make them aliens. Like I said, I think the best description is that they made their Nazis people-shaped aliens. Oh, and then and then at the start of the video he was talking about I don't think you can even show the reveals from them on Twitch. I don't know. They're talking about how they were also even getting like, politically involved. So it's like it was pretty obvious that they were just like the type of person who would like try to have a conversation with you, and they would start instantly talking about Nazis and how much they hate them. And then they would ask you, "You hate Nazis too, right?" Like that to me that comes off as the kind of person who made that game. The people who like designed that game in the writing. Like you sit down together at lunch at work and you kind of want to talk about some problem you're having right now, and they are just like instantly trying to talk about Nazis for some reason. Nazis written by freshman uni. Exactly. Yeah. Like there can still be people in the world who are just like an embodiment of evil, and you can have a character like that. I don't know, man. Like you like that can be the appeal. Like look at this guy who has no humanity left in him. But then if it's like everyone has no humanity, then it's like I just, you just feel like you're going through the routine at that point. You feel like you just walk in a room, shoot people, go to the next room. At no point are you thinking, at no point are you conflicted, at no point are you mentally challenged. At no point are your assumptions and biases challenged. I'm distracting you. I mean, I'm just... It's partially relevant to me because if I'm going to have a game about shooting robots, I'm kind of losing on the fact of humanity, the human element. So I need to have some human element in here. And I definitely think my story is definitely like an initial draft. It probably needs a few more drafts. It probably just needs total new characters. Or maybe even just a total change of setting and timelines. Did you make the lore yet? I mean, it's like organized. This whole thing is pretty much map, the board. I have very large sections here. Can I zoom? Why are these sections so large? I mean, it's more, at this point, it's more like a high level overview of like what the levels are in the game. Does map. Where was it here? I am sort of missing a human element. There is part of it where, I mean, I just don't know yet. I have these scenes in my mind. I have visual. I have an imagination for it. I'm able to find. Oh, I reorganized stuff. Okay. I am missing like human conflict right now. Which is a, a major issue. Human conflict. Do I sound like an alien when I say that? I've forgotten about the human conflict. I mean, one idea is like there's a robbery and essentially a robbery, and one of the guys was kind of is it entrapment? I don't know, not entrapment. is sort of not really a hostage, but I don't know, wrong place, wrong time. He's not hurt anybody, but he gets killed. Effectively by you. Hey, R1. I need to yell it for 15 seconds. I'm sure I can spare the time. I mean, honestly, I think a great way to make that a little more damaging to the player is if that scientist guy was in your ear talking to you, helping you recover this weapon. And then you see him get obliterated. And the main character has no sympathy, no reaction. But you're like, what? Right? I don't know, because then I had a thought like, okay, well, in their interaction, I think the main character tries to shoot him right away. But bulletproof glass saves him. And then conversation starts happening. And the main character would say like, nobody's gonna kill you, even though he just shot at him. Without hesitation. And then he's like, all right, you're free to go. Bam. Kind of thing, right? I think, okay. All right. So, okay, I'm done. You can have him back. Great. Army of two. I'm just going to go to YouTube. Okay, just go to YouTube. Army of two. The 40th day. All choices. Oh, it's literally the first one. Great. So this, unfortunately, it has like literally no meaning. None of these choices. Basically, here's what's happening. I don't know if it's this. Oh yeah, no. So this is main character A, main character B. Okay, they're both the main character. The guy who you're choosing spare execute is off camera right now, but he's standing right next to this guy. Basically, I'll just let it play. Okay, it kind of starts really late. They want him dead as soon as he finishes. You can see him in the background. There's his arms right there.
It's your call. Copy. Well, I'm glad I ran across you guys on this job. Not many locals will want to have a beer with me. I've got a couple of SSC stories that'll spin your head. Who are you talking to?
Our dispatch. Got one last order.
Right. I'll let this part play out too. This is like the consequences of your actions. Alright. He's dead. He lands in the alley. And his body's never found. Right.
Damn, sometimes I hate this job.
Murray, it's done.
So basically that guy was actually pretty much your partner. Like the first mission of the game, You meet him right away. He's helping you. You're fighting together side by side. He's really doing everything. And then right at the very end, they say, they want you to kill this guy. You get extra money and you can choose to do it. They say extra money. I don't know if that actually even does anything. Ultimately, there's no consequences, really. It's just kind of like a morality choice, A or B type thing.
Job is bullshit. I say we collect what's coming to us and go home right goddamn now.
Relax. Nothing else is gonna go wrong.
As soon as he finishes, it's your call.
Copy.
Well, I'm glad I ran across you guys on this job. Not many locals who want to have a beer with me. I've got a couple of SSC stories that'll spin your head. Who are you talking to?
Our dispatch. Got one last order.
Mari, you there?
Yeah,
He got away.
I'll inform the client.
History counts for something, I guess.
Do yourself a favor and stay dead.
I'm sure we'll see each other again. This business is way too small.
Also, they gave him fucked up teeth. I didn't realize that. Here's the consequences of this choice. He leaves. Gets out of town. He's got a go bag. Goes to a beach. And he dies anyway. Right.
Goddamn assassination missions.
So here's why I want to show this. This was actually really cool. Even though it didn't do anything in the game, this was like really, I was like, no way, I can't do that. Why would I do that? He's been helping us this whole time. It's getting really dark. Sorry. Demoing a tiny project made using Kokoro TTS to try and make an audiobook. Not as good as Love and Lives, but not too annoying. Then if you do that, if you don't. Well, I mean, at least, I mean, the whole concept is what is messed up, right? He's supposed to be dead, so they were gonna, you know, someone's gonna try to kill him anyway. I guess he just wasn't careful enough, right? This is a crazy and cool assassination, though. A diver just walks out of the water with a gun, shoots him, walks back. I assume just walks back in the water. Like, this is really cool, though. That's super cool. I don't think I should copy this exactly, but now I think about it, it would be cool if that was a choice presented to you. You go back to the scientist or whatever, and they're like, all right, you're free to go. Let's get you on the truck. Let's get you out of here. And you're ordered to kill him. Maybe not even like a choice kind of thing. You're just straight up ordered to kill him. You can shoot him there. You choose not to. He's in the truck. He drives off. Your guy is like, this isn't like you, right? Probably even like, you know, nod to the character that you're playing as. You should probably say like, this is not like you. Like, we have a job to do, right? And then missile strike. He's gone. So that would probably be really good. Because I do have to remember this is a game. The more choices I can give the player, the better. And if the dude is helping you, you know, maybe not present helping you, you know, shooting guns by your side, but like assisting you communication-wise, could be cool. And then to tell the player to shoot him. I think that's really good. It's this. Unable to find... What am I missing here? It's literally this one. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Unable to find... How do I make this work? How do I do this? What the... Okay, literally what's happening here? Why is this like link broken? Is that it? What is this sequence? Oh, I see. I see. I see. There. Okay. Now it's fixed. All right. That's been broken for a long time. Okay, anyway, I want to go in here and do... Yeah, I should definitely have like multiple drafts of this and rework this a few times. Idea: bring player back to SBF, and part of it is that he's going to be barricaded. Say, hey, we got the gun, let's get you out of here. And he's like, okay. Lets himself out of his barricade. You guys go up to the surface. You're saying we're going to get in the truck. And then you're ordered to kill him at that point. Once you're outside. In fact, even better, this would be really crazy. I don't know if I should do this. I could make it an escort mission where you have to keep him alive, and you don't have to keep him alive. You have to get him, you're told your mission is to get him out of the facility. If he dies, the game doesn't game over you. You get him out there, then they say, all right, take the shot, whatever, right? And then you're told to kill him. And you can decide not to. If you decide not to, he gets into a vehicle and drives away. And at that point, they shoot it with a missile. Otherwise, at any point, you can shoot him. He can die for whatever reason. It could also not be an escort mission. It could literally just be like, go in there, you walk with him outside, and that's kind of it. There's nothing to shoot. Is it have them recover? Is it the researcher? Have them recover the researcher? Okay. I just want to get that written down. That's good. It's a good idea. At least then it makes it a choice. Oh, and then the other thing is that actually he should probably be more involved. Probably need researcher to be involved in the recovery. Communicating info, something, I don't know. I mean, it all needs work. Okay. Right, I'm creating the bone attachment list now. The bone joint array, the bone joint map. So yeah, I'm just providing bone, which has a list of joints. Body list assign those. If we don't have anything, skip over it. Get the joints. Joint size is 0, we skip over it. And then I would do set. Set set it to that. Also, that would make sense. Okay. And this provides the bone with that. So then what this does is it goes to the bone joint map. If we have the ID, found joints will be equal to found joints assign if we actually had nothing, then sure, right? Okay, so is this still the same? It's still the same result. All right, so there's still 6 each. All the femurs. And then the beams of the tarsus. Tibia joint and then tibia beam. Cool. And then tarsus joint. Tarsus beam. Great. And then of course the priority at the end. Okay, good. What's the bone attachment map? Right, this is just nothing. Yeah, so that just goes away. Search starts as an array with 0. Okay. Bone joint map. Bone 3 has 1. Bone 4 has 2. Bone 4 is the front right tibia. Verify that. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, front right tibia. Cool. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, it's gotten really dark. It's a big storm cloud. Okay, so now this is available to me. I will now do this again with this set. So essentially I just have it ordered, so I will do all joints for priority. I don't have this. That'll go away. I have the bone joint map. I will clear it and make a new one. Clear. Well, actually, I don't clear it. I'm going to... Oh, no, I will, because I have the joint priority map. So... Clear that. I'm back. Hello. This is pretty loud. So yeah, basically bone joint map will have the bones to that. So I run duplicate joints, so I have the bone ID here. So if also wait, how did this work? Oh, because we're running through attachments, so we already have all the joints. So in this case, I'm adding another joint for this bone, and I could add multiple ones. So then what I do is go through... How long a level lab's gonna survive? They're seriously losing ground to local LLMs. I mean, I guess the whole difference there is that it's local versus not, or local versus internet. If you're streaming, you're gonna have internet anyway, and it might just be better just to use them because it might be less setup. I was gonna say it could be like a Redbox to Netflix idea, but they would be Netflix in that example. Because I think before that it was local. You would have to have like a text-to-speech software on your computer, and you would have a plugin that would interface with that and generate it. So it was actually preferable to not deal with that and just have the a plugin that uses internet to do it for you. Trying to clean you drop it for free. I mean, for someone like me, if I want to do text-to-speech, that's not just the default Twitch one, then yeah, I would definitely be running it locally. But that's just me. I'm sure most people wouldn't want to do that. They'd be like, I literally don't want to run it locally. I just want to not have that running. I don't want to have to start up my language server or whatever. Or have to go in and download a bunch of files and run stuff and organize things. Because otherwise it's just like use your Twitch login and then you're connected and that's it. You pick the voice. Okay, so I duplicate the joint, and then I'm going to say if not one joint map has joint data, bone ID, right? Cool. Yeah, so nice do. Oh, actually, I think it's probably gonna be more like this, isn't it? I clear it at the front. I create the group, and then I want to be sure after this group, I put everything there. So then I say, yeah, how do I merge it? I guess I just look at the current priority max, and then I add keys on top of that, right? So I say, it's gonna be joint priority map. I obtain priority. I guess we can default to 0. And then what is this block index? Yeah. Block map. It's a dictionary of. Wait a second. I say into array. No, this one's into array. This one just returns a dictionary. Yeah, okay. Calculate joint priority using the bone joint map. And then I want to merge these. So then I say 4K in block map. If K equal priority, I just skip that one. Otherwise, I'm doing joint priority map, set priority to set priority plus K to block map get K. Right? Yes. So now I'm stacking these up as blocks. And then at the end of this, I say, oh yeah, I guess if I guess when I reach priority, then I do joint priority map set priority to set priority to its current priority plus I kind of don't like having it in the loop though, so I'm actually not going to put it in the loop. I'll use defaults just so there's no possible. Well, those will be problems if they don't exist. And this will be a problem if it doesn't exist. So then I update that, and now I'm on the next step. So if this one was 5 and I know I get another one's 5, that means I just use 5 to 9. Yep. I used 5 to 9. So it'd be 5 plus 5 is 10. Good. All right. So now I do solver priority is going to be joint priority map get priority. This will just be max priority. And then for joint list in joint, right, I actually need both. Can't I do, I think I can do this, right? This might be my rust, actually. Why are you upset with this? Expected loop variable. I destructure it like this. All right, tell me how I iterate a dictionary. Really? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that was some Rust stuff. I mean, this is... Python would be able to do this. It's just that they forgot to copy that in, so I can't do that. Wait, set priority plus... What? Set priority plus... Right, because the key is an integer. Yeah, okay. And I would say... This will then be a priority map, get priority. So have the list. This will be an array. Or joint list. Let's do this, and then I would do joint list assign. So I now have it as typed, and then we're joint in joint list. Solver priority will be max priority minus priority. And then that's the magic. Okay, so let's see how it looks after this. I'll take that one off. Continue. Invalid operands, int and string name, and operator. Is that how I write that? Are you okay with this? All right, so I have the joint priority map, the whole thing. I'm using 10 priorities. These arrays don't seem small enough. Oh no, they definitely are. Okay. So this is all the initial stuff. Oh, although it's actually kind of, I mean, oh, if these are meant to be the motors, Why does this have no angular limit? These would be meant to be the motors. So the motors would run last. That's actually preferable. It's actually definitely preferable, I think, for the motors to run last. So these would be last. And these should all be the femurs, right? And then tibia. And then I have beams. And then I would have tarsus, and then tarsus, beam. So it'd be beam, those run at the very bottom. The very first thing that runs is all of the femurs. Yep. So these femurs run first just as a... Yeah, they actually have problems there. These should be... What's this property? These should be... I don't know. I feel like I might have meant to do this in the other order, though. Because I think I want to do the motors, and then I want things to be limited again. But I guess it actually makes sense for the motors to run first then, right? So I'd start by solving all the femurs. Which is actually not what I want to do. I actually don't want to do that. Okay, I have a bit of a different order here. I think what I mean to say is I want to run all of these. And then I would actually want these to run before. So I think it's actually more that I will be going through the joint priority map, adding this value, adding a priority to every value. Or not like that. Adding the priority that I get back from here to every value, and then I would merge this in, is what I would do. Not really merge it in. That's what I mean to do, though. Definitely what I mean to do. So I obtain the priority. In fact, I think it's probably better to do it this way. So this would be block map, get priority. And I would go 3, 4. Move all joints up. Because I want these ones to have the lowest index so that they run last. Already declared in scope. Oh, and actually it's more like I need to make a copy and then move them in, because otherwise it can be overriding them. Call it max priority. Okay, so I move them all up, and then I would go through this map and set set K like that, and then this would be I copied in, and I'm just gonna make sure this actually gets cleared first before I do that, just so I can be sure. I don't know if I have to do that. It probably is managed for me, but at this point I don't need it, so I'm just gonna clear it up there as soon as I can. So I moved everything up, and now I should see that. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These have a really weird order. Alright, so 0 should be all of the femurs. Yep. There's a... What? What is this? What is this? This doesn't make sense. Oh, right, these are the copies. Right, okay, okay. So the highest value is the first thing that runs, so I see A tier. So these are the real original Tarsus beams. Right, the highest value is running first. Good, right. So all Tarsus beams should be here. And the next step up would be the Tarsus joints. Good. The next step up would be the tibia beams. Good. And the next step would be the tibia joints. Good. And then I would have... These would be the motor joints. These would be motor joints. Right. And then I have 3. These would be... I think these are also femur. Or Tarsus, I meant. Yeah, so Tarsus joint copies. Right, all Tarsus joint copies. And then I would have tibia joint copies. And then femur joint copies. And then I would run femur joint copies again. Okay. So yeah, then I would jump through that list and set all the joints to be their priority to that. So yeah, instead of 90 priorities, I now have only 9 priorities. Continue. See a big output here. Tibia beam, Tarsus beam. I think those are lies. Yeah, these are lies. Okay, right. So what I see is instead I see ones all run first. So these are all Tarsus beam and the distance joints. I'm seeing it print twice, but that's whatever. And then I would see 2s would be the regular Tarsus joints. And then all the 3s are going to be tibia beams. And then I would have all the tibia joints. And then all the femur joints. 5. And then I would have... Yeah, okay, these would just be... I mean, at least you can see the number that they were created as. Well, the number doesn't really... Yeah, whatever. Seems right. Seems correct. Cool. All right. So now I've got all the joints correct. And this should be super good now. Very rigid. Whoa. There's like some crazy displacement happening though. I wonder if I should make the copies run in reverse order. I mean, they're already normal order. There's kind of like a crazy like reaction from the whole body. Is that like an instability? Is that an instability? This could possibly be too high. I mean, it probably definitely is too high. Let me cut that in half. Let's go full screen. It does feel like it's really like strangely unstable. It does seem like that. That's got to be an instability right there. That's just got to be an instability. What's happening here? What the hell is going on? Yeah, okay, so there's an instability. Do I have motors on? Motors are off, angles are constrained. Turn off motors. If enabled. If enabled. Okay, so it's not doing anything. It is just sitting there and it is unstable. So I'm going to try turning off. I'm just going to try turning the copies off completely. Just rely on this structure. Why is the leg up? Why is the leg up? Why is the leg up? The internet could possibly drop out. Why is the leg up? Why are you up? I mean, it's probably not good that I have all the angles locked anyway. Like, that's could really be part of it. but I don't know, it seems odd. And these are position steps. Technically this would be the original value over the new value. These probably should be like 3%. Like a very small value. They probably should be. Because now there's 16 of these steps. I feel like I just like permanently broke its leg or something. Whoa. What is going on? Why is it moving? Why is it moving? I'm so confused. Are its motors on? Does it have motors? I mean, it's like really I don't know, is it? This might be like trying to stand up or something. I'm not sure. I don't understand what's going on. Yes, sir, I can boogie. I do wonder if this is probably just like too freaky looking. It's almost too weird for me. Like I'm actually watching a bug freak out. That's unsettling in a way. Okay, why? Okay, I'm gonna try turning it down more and see. 2. Like this, there's no way this could be too high, right? I have no copies. So also the fact that I like have it at such a low value and it seems really stable still is pretty nice. Yeah, so what's this? It's like tapping its foot. What's this? Is it like a grounding thing where it can lift its it can lift its leg up because it's grounded and then it can't because it's lifting its leg too high? I think that's what it is. I mean, that's exactly what it is, right? I feel like I'm also seeing some crazy displacements. Like, look at this. That's, I mean, I am turning it down really low, so there's like actually very low displacement correction right now. Yeah, so it was. Okay. So it's not that. It probably is just having... Yeah, because I think it's fine up until like runs into a wall and its legs displace and now the legs are like off the ground. Also, this is really cool. That's really nice. I like that. I'm hitting the leg. And it's kind of just like passing through the whole body. And not, okay, well that one's like really freaking out. This one's really interesting to me. That I'm hitting it in this location and it's like really holding itself together. Okay, yeah. It's definitely because the legs can't move. Is why. I don't even need copies, I think. I probably don't even need copies. I'll make a copy of the first one. I mean, it definitely does improve it. to have at least one copy. Whoa. That's crazy looking. Alright, I need to move it further away from this spinning thing. Like, this is a really good reaction. That's really good. I think these are also 4 kilograms, which is actually really overweight. Can I fix that? They're 2 kilograms. These would, I think these would normally be like that. Like probably even that's heavy. Like a fake grenade. So how are they passing through? Or did I just miss that one? I guess that was just one. Okay. Yeah, I've permanently lifted the leg because I jumped on it. I should be safe to also mess this one up. Okay. The only issue is that if I do add more joints, it does make it harder to... Yeah, I'm going to say this. I'm not going to have those. Because there's a thing that I saw where I can go to the exact joint and ask, how much force are you applying? And then I can actually make judgments based on that instead. Which would then make it so I can increase the accuracy of the simulation without losing effectively a gameplay mechanic where I say 200 newtons breaks this one. Okay, these are... Yeah, if I stand on his back, it calms down. Okay, so it's not instability, it is just that the thing is trying to lift off the ground and then the leg detaches and then it falls again. So that's what's happening. Because otherwise this is really, really stable. So there is a weird... there seems to be like a break there. I don't know if it's just me standing on it. Probably. Okay, this leg is going inside of the other one. Yeah, okay. It's rocky now. Okay, cool. So that seems like it's broken, though. I don't know why that seems like it's broken. Okay. What have I done? This is an improvement, right? Getting the joint priorities set correctly. I mean, that is. And now I'm at the point where I don't need these. I think not having these and it's still fine. Yeah, that was actually, I think this was really the idea to flip them around so that these would process, then this would process. And actually, just to demonstrate it, I'm going to flip it around. So instead of doing max priority minus priority, I'm going to set it to just priority. And I can see the other way around. Now this is the bad way. The result looks very similar. I mean, logically though, it's still the case where it takes like those first 3 iterations before any of these legs or the main body gets any impulse from a leg. It's still the case. It's just super odd. Let me try turning on the distance joints. Where are those set up? That's not distance. That's not distance. It would be crawler character. So this should create one for all of these. Just gonna verify. It should have, right? Or are they here? Yeah, I see this. It's right there. Tarsus. It's enabled. Yeah, alright. So I'm really struggling now to pull this off. It's also just really rigid. Let me, alright, let me... okay. I need to demonstrate that this has been an improvement, right? Like, it makes sense that it should. But then if it doesn't, I need to know that it doesn't. Alright, so what do I need? I need to unlock... I'll leave that one fixed. But I will allow these to have... Right, there's the part of copying the restrictions in. It's got to be minimized. Yep, here it is. This section. Okay, so now this will copy everything in. Right? I think the beams are probably getting in the way. Yeah, I think I'm missing the fact that the beams on those sides are not allowed to rotate like this. These are all the tibia ones. So 2040 on that side. So the back one should be I'll just say I'll just say I don't even know. This would be clockwise, so or counterclockwise, rotating this way. Yeah, 20, and then 40 the other way. Yeah. And these should just be the opposites. $20 is counterclockwise. So yeah, this would be 40. And that would be 20. These are probably should both just be like 30. $30. And these, I don't know if these have. Counterclockwise. Counterclockwise 40. Whoop, wrong one. Clockwise 20. And the other one should be 2040. Okay, so those have been unlocked now. Cool. It's standing so steep on this side. This does look really good. Just realized what I'm doing. I'm like beating up a limp body, basically, is all I'm doing. Alright. Let's make this heavier. Let's go to 4 kilograms. Very, very big object. Super. This should, I mean, like in normal gameplay, this would definitely break joints. But the good thing is, they still look good. That's what I like. They're not flipping out and like super detached really hard. I don't have any extra joints. I mean, I have like extra joints in terms of like a beam that's there, but then it's more just the rotation. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, like I said, this like should this should be enough to break these. But it doesn't look like it's... I mean, I can tell for like a frame that it's broken, but that's nice. All right, I'm going to turn off... I'm going to turn off the... rigid joints attempt. Yeah, this one's bust. I'm pretty much... That's good. Why is that? Why? Why are you doing this? Okay. Exclude collision from parent physical IK bone if it exists. Is that? Yeah, I don't need to do... This is just for... Yeah, this isn't necessary. That can go away. Though I have flipped the order and it still looks good, but maybe it's just being ordered. This is the order that I think is preferred. I mean, like, it really... Okay. In my heart, this is the way that it should be, so... I'm gonna leave it written like that. Though, I'll leave a note. Note. I cannot... demonstrate that this is better than not reversing priority. But logically, it should, as the first iteration will send lower leg impulses straight to the main body rather than lag by 3 iterations. Okay. Also, I need to make this not print this. I'm just gonna delete that. I'm still printing something. Here. Why is it doing this? Such a weird thing. Yeah. So next step is going to be basically making IK tolerant of this problem, where it's been told these joints can't rotate on these certain angles, and yet the joint is anyway, and the IK is just like, I don't know what to do with that. Right? Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a problem, right? The first joint looks pretty good. You can't really tell it's attached, but it's obviously not matching the angle. And then this one's not matching the position. Or it is matching the position, it's just not like that. I don't know if I can get all of its legs and like where it wants the legs to be, and then it will be happy. It's really not happy about this. All right. Great. Removing joint. Initially intersects. Just can't get rid of that. Okay. Okay, here's the real question. What if I just don't do that at all? And the thing is broken. Yeah, like I can't That does Okay, maybe the real solution all along was just like those beams. Maybe those beams are really just doing it. And same with having a distance joint on the end of the legs that I have active right now. Maybe that really helps stabilize it in a way. I mean, it should. It should really help stabilize it. Yep. Whoa. That was really great. This is really weird. Why is this one bending back so badly? Go that way. Go that way. Go that way. I promise you I go that way. Okay, that one's really bent up bad. I'm not sure why. Huh. It's like getting worse. I'm not sure how IK wants it to go that way. Yeah, weird. That's really weird. That's just like completely twisting up. That was the last thing I did though, was I did turn that off. Can I don't even know how we go about making that break happen again. I'm sure that happened. I guess I just like push it over there and then it's gonna like stay there and break. I know that I rolled it over. Interesting. Interesting. This leg is like all weird and misbehaving now. Okay, well now it's kind of recovered. Sort of, not really. I mean, I could still probably bring it all down to IK. Yeah, that's really terrible. I probably still can't just bring it down to like an IK thing. Might just be having an issue there. All right, that's next steps. I'm trying to get the set so I can commit it, because this is the best it's looked so far. And I think I do still want to use distance joints. Oh, here's the thing with IK. I also think I just had a thought of not using distance. Hang on. Yeah, no, that wouldn't work. My thought was like use the distance joint as a target and like fix it to the world. So the leg would always be pulling towards it. And just don't worry about motors at all. Just let the joints figure it out. That's probably not a good idea because it would make the whole crawler really unstable. Oh, and now that's an issue that I need to think about. The motion of the legs is now going to just perturb the crawler itself. I do have it doing a lot of work to stay balanced already, and it seems like it's actually doing a good job. It might already be doing a good enough job, because if I were to hit one of these legs, I mean, the main body is already so massive, it's, yeah. Like, these sharp impulses are kind of nothing to the main body. It's still hovering there, it's still good. It's pretty much maintaining its rotation. So, like, even dramatic impacts won't really do much to it. Alright, that's good. That's good to see. So I may not have to worry about that. Hopefully I don't. Or what it already does for balancing is already handling that, so I don't need to worry about doing it more on top of that. Like saying, okay, if I apply this rotation to the motor, now I have an overall rotation of the entire body that I gotta negate, that kind of thing. Okay. Yeah, so I want to leave these here, these distance constraints, because I think I am going to use them. Though, I don't know, maybe I'll turn them off again and see how that looks. I'll leave them off for now. I think I should reserve these for when I definitely need them. If I determine that I definitely need them. And otherwise I should not have them. Because the beam joint should be... The beam joint is essentially responsible for that. That's what the beam joint is responsible for. And I was seeing sometimes it does look like it has Yeah, that's the other thing. It actually makes it so that it really softens the impacts of these. Because now I'm hitting it and it's flopping around. Before I was hitting it with the distance joint on there, it was doing nothing. Yeah. Yeah. And also I'm sure it probably was the distance joint causing this to rotate into each other too. But then I think I said that's most likely just an IK thing in general. I really want to roll it over. Roll over. Rotate. Rotate. There we go. Okay, I just like more or less just broke its joints completely though. Oh, hang on. Something interesting has happened. How is that intersecting the main body? Ooh. Okay. Yeah, there's some kind of really bad twist. Wow, that's really bad. Why is it inside the leg though? Okay, so it's not the distance joint causing this. Something else is happening here. Something else is breaking. And it fixed itself. Okay. No, it's actually just really broken right now. I can only assume it's my beam joint is happening. Is what's happening. Because that doesn't make sense. Yeah, there's some ridiculous instability there. I don't know. I don't know what that is. Okay, well. Let me get this finished, committed, and then I'm done for the day. And make sure all the code is expanded. Rebuild joint using ideal IK results. Yeah, I figured that this is not good. This was not good. Don't do that. I will just be using motors. I hope I don't regret doing any of this stuff. This is a whole lot of mess. What is all this? This is to teleport the body. Ah, right, yeah. I can't do this either. I cannot change the body transforms. Yeah, I can't do that. That one's definitely a no-go. Okay, a lot of code deleted. Edit that. So the counter joints to be solved in a... Okay, so I'm gonna go to that comment. 536. Okay. It's all good. Yeah, I'm adding comments there just to get rid of that. There's actually no code there. Okay, so I'll just... yeah. That's a line change, though, so I need to add the new line back. Okay. Crawler leg. Crawler bot. A lot of stuff there. Make sure I'm not leaving markers. Okay, so some of these have problems, so BR tibia body. Let me just go through all these and make sure that they're all correct. Yeah, like a lot of these got messed up. Okay. Why are the bodies offset but the joints weren't? Because the joints are the ones that I changed. Surprised all the bodies are like this. Unless they've been like this for a while and I've only just not fixed it. Okay. Maybe that is what it was. Okay, so I'll be adding physical skeleton and crawler character. Not crawler leg. Then I'll be adding big crawler bot. Okay, yeah, there was just a lot of these sitting around with messed up transforms the whole time. Whoa. Sorry. And then I hit it again. Should I call like ortho normalize on these? Is that what I'm missing? It's like every one of these beams has a... Yeah. Should I be doing that? Maybe I should be. You know what? It's fine. They'll probably always be messed up anyway. Huh. Right. I'm not sure if I need to do that. Let me bring it back up to 1.8 or 0.18. Because that does still help it. And it's not necessary to do a lower value if it doesn't matter. I mean, it kind of seems like there is... Okay. I have a problem right now with, like, somewhere in my joint setup is bad. It seems like somehow the beams can just get broken and be in, like, a really horrible state. It seems. And it seems like they can get stuck in that state permanently. Yeah, doing this is like a consistent break. Rolling it over these joints. Is this one? Yeah, that one seems to be in a bad state now. Seems like it's definitely just like permanently trying to slam in that direction. Yeah, that's just really bad. Crazy. Somewhere I must be doing something wrong for that to be happening. Like I might still have some like joint teleporting happening or something. Or the distance joints are... The distance joints are not active right now, so that shouldn't be happening. I can look at it later. But I know that's a problem right now. Test world. None of that matters. Board. Jeez, a lot of the stuff just reorganized itself because I changed one thing. Really? Really? All of that changed because I updated a single... Are you kidding me? Obsidian, that's crazy. All I did was I changed... Well, I fixed the fact that one of these had a bad link to the strike scene sequence. Like, this was the line change. It should have been this to way down here, like, and it just totally reordered everything. Why would that happen? I mean, I'm just gonna manually fix that, I think. Is probably what I'll do. I'll close this and manually fix that. Because that's just crazy. That just makes no sense. Then it should just be... I'll just look for another subpath and see. Every encounter with deal is made. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that was the only line change that should have been. Was just fixing that. Hey, Danilin. I'm actually wrapping up right now. What are you talking about? What? Yeah, it was just fixing that subpath. Because all I did was I changed pirate to researcher. That's all that happened. No new line at end of file, and it added a new line. Well, I guess it's getting a new line. Let's open that up and make sure that it's not going to be like super adamant, like, no, I have something special where because this is a different path, I need to change everything. Cool. Okay. Alright, cool. Still cannot... I still cannot find a reason to not believe in Jesus. Every time I have a question, things just end up making sense. What? Is that good or bad? How do you want me to feel about that? Yeah, I'm not sending any of that stuff. Okay, good. Get status. And then I do get... Let me bring those off, because that doesn't make sense for this part of the commit. Okay. Wildly. Another time broken one. What is it? Whipped? Probably the beams. Or... oh, yeah. A feedback loop. This might be what's happening. It might be what's happening. Some kind of feedback loop that drives lambdas to large values. I was an atheist, but I went to Reddit and I was like, I don't want to be like those people. Yeah. That's a very long point to this. Order joints by priority reversed to reversed to... does that even make any sense? What is that? Order joints in reverse priority from skeleton chain. I'll say that in reverse priority from skeleton bone order. And I'll say end bones solve first, then parents and up the root. I don't know. That's just, I couldn't figure out how to say that. I just want to be done. Git status, git add. Fix word link as strike sequence idea. D. Just D. I shouldn't have allowed that. I shouldn't have. All right. All good. Yep. And then, did I have anything here? What branch am I on? Have diverged. I'm probably force poaching it. Okay. Mine here. Planet game. Adjoint constraint priority. Alright, good. That's the documentation version. Alright. That's it for today. What have I got? Crawlerbot. this, that's it. That's it. That's it. Okay. So yeah, IK, making the IK. I'll think about it. I'm thinking basically, I mean, the core concept is the joints come in at bad rotations and it just knows, sure, that's the bad rotation, but I'm going to work with that and I'm just going to do what I am allowed to do, is the idea. Because right now it comes in, it says it's bad, and it says that's not allowed, and then it just totally wipes it. So it like loses all that rotational information that it actually can work with. Okay. Well, thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.